ఎంతమంది వచ్చారు? 26. 23. ఓకే, గుడ్ మార్నింగ్ సంగీత గారు.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. So, good morning to all of you. Today we have MAPC, MA Psychology first year, 4th paper, Social Psychology counseling session, 9 o'clock to 11:15 and 11 to 11:30 or 11:15, small tea break or rest break. So now we have with Dr. B. Sangeeta. She is assistant professor in psychology, Getam University, and she has been associated with IGNOU for last nearly 7-8 years. 2013 onwards, she has been associated with IGNOU Regional Center Vijayawada, and she is also associated with IGNOU Navy Regional Center in Visakhapatnam. We have INEP, Indian Navy Education Program. In INEP also we have one regional center exclusively for the Navy people. So in Navy INEP also we have one regional center. For that institution only admit Navy personnel only, not for the outsiders. So those who are interested to pursue their higher education through IGNOU, they can take admission through INEP, Navy Regional Center. So in Navy Regional Center also we have MA Psychology program for Navy people. In Navy education program, only she is the counselor for the entire MA Psychology first and second year. And I am also involving with the Navy education program, and she is also uh, approved academic counselor for the MA Psychology program for last 7 years, and she is also approved evaluator, and she has been associated with now Getam University. She is dealing with BA Psychology and MA Psychology. And moreover, she is also 1 year senior to me when I was MA Psychology, and we both were done MPhil PhD under the guidance of Dr. K. Madhu, same guide. So we have a long association. She is very excellent teacher. She has been writing material for the MSc Psychology or MA Psychology, Ambedkar Open University and Nagarjuna University. Still, she is writing Diploma in Psychology for Nagarjuna University. She is very much interested in teaching and research areas. Now, today she is going to take social psychology paper. So she will give you brief introduction about social psychology, and after that, what are the chapters we have in MA Psychology of IGNOU program. She will give the brief counseling, not for the teaching. Each class or each session, I used to tell this is only counseling, not for teaching. So the regular teaching is different, IGNOU counseling is different. So IGNOU counseling is only clarifying your doubts. So she will give you brief introduction about the social psychology. Last half an hour, whatever doubts you have, you can ask her. She will give you proper explanation or your clarifying your doubts. So this is from our side. So madam will continue her counseling. Okay, madam.
Good morning, Dr. Prasad, and another personnel from Regional Center Vijayawada. It is indeed a great pleasure for me to be joining you all like this on such a platform. And we should say we are thankful really to the technology. It is making us meet on such a convenient platform. We do not have to leave our homes, rush, go in the traffic, and then puff and pan and do all those things. From the comfort of our homes, yeah, we are able to sign in and then learn a lot, right? And yes, thanks a lot, Prasad. I'll call you Prasad because we've
No
had a
problem.
very long association. Yeah, professionally, Dr. Prasad and I have been interacting and keeping in touch with one another. I could say probably he's the only junior of mine by 1 year with whom I've had such a long association. And yes, he's been there for me whenever I needed in terms of subject guidance or discussions or whatever. So thank you once again. Dr. Prasad, for giving such a wonderful introduction about me.
Thank you.
And yeah, talking about a little bit about myself, about what I do and all. So as Dr. Prasad has said, yeah, I did my MPhil and PhD under Professor Madhu Garu. And initially my master's was in the area of organization behavior and industrial psychology. So I wanted to pursue my research in the same area, but as fate would have it, I had migrated into health psychology. But there are absolutely no regrets, because when you compare these two areas, organization behavior or health psychology, you can say that these two can be integrated, right? In the sense, there is a lot of health involved in the organizations as well. Now, organizations are coming up with a lot of wellness programs for their professionals. So, all said and done, I can apply my expertise in health psychology to the area of organization behavior. So, that is how I had developed interest towards the area, and both my MPhil and PhD have been in the area of health psychology. MPhil in not child psychology, sorry, juvenile diabetes, and PhD in the area of adults. Okay, so that is a brief introduction about me, and I teach all kinds of papers that the undergrads and the postgraduates are given, except for clinical psychology. That is one area where I do not want to trade into, because clinical, I feel I may do justice, but yeah, it requires a lot of preparation. Otherwise, I am a very guarded person about what I do in clinical, right? So that is about me, and I hope we all have a very good interactive session. Do not worry, I'll not bore you all to death. It will not be a one-sided affair. I will want feedback from you people as well. And the first thing I would require, we are not seeing one another in person. So at least please switch on your cameras so that we can get to see each other. And I do not feel that I'm a radio jockey. Okay.
Hi, ma'am. Hi, sir. Good morning to both of you.
Good
Good morning,
morning.
ma'am.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, ma'am. Good
Right.
morning.
Now it feels really interactive. I know there will be some people, I mean, online platform has given the convenience that we can just come and sit in our pajamas and finish off the work. But yeah, sometimes it is this human interaction. After all, we are talking about social psychology. What is it all about? I'm slowly sliding into the topic. What is social psychology all about? We will just have a normal interaction, discussion. And yeah, there are total 4 units for you under your syllabus. So we will just chunk it up, and then I'll talk about each one of them half an hour. Okay. Any other discussions we can have during or after, and we'll take a slight break, small break between 2 units. Like Dr. Prasad said, we'll break at 11. Okay. So
Yes, ma'am.
now it is 9:15. We will spend around 40 minutes on the first unit. Okay. So yeah, like I said, we want to see one another. Telephones have made things easier for us. That is true. But why people prefer video calling? Why people prefer video calling?
To feel more interactive, ma'am, while seeing the faces, we can
There
watch
is,
their expressions.
yeah, there is that kind of a personal touch,
Yeah.
right? So all said and done, it boils down to the fact that, yeah, now I have asked for it. I can hear the dogs barking. Please mute yourselves. Please mute yourselves. Yeah, so we can see that we will have that personal touch when we are meeting people, when we are seeing people, right? You will not get the same fun of reading a book if you hear an audio file. Okay, so some people, yeah, there are people who go on to listening to the audio files, but there are some who really want the physical touch of the page and the turning of the page and all that stuff. So similarly, what is social psychology all about? What is being social all about? Can anybody just pitch in your thoughts?
Speaking to one another.
Ma- yeah.
Okay, I mean,
To know about
yeah,
thoughts and feelings.
to know about
people's feelings and thoughts.
Okay, right. Now, one more thing we have to realize, this is a very cliched statement. Man is a social animal, right? From the time we are age enough to write essays, we have heard this statement, man is a social animal. There itself, you can understand the depth of how social we are. Just imagine the child is born into the world. Okay, what is his first point of contact? With whom does he come in contact with first? The mother.
Mother.
Right? At least the first 1 week or 2 weeks, it is the mother that he is in constant touch with. Just imagine the child after 1 month, he starts recognizing the father, right? After that, what does it do? It starts adding people to its connections. So all these people that he is adding into his mind, they become his circle, close knit circle. So initially, the family is the major unit of a social system. Okay, now this family gets extended into the neighborhood, it gets extended into our relatives, then the neighborhood gets extended into the community gets extended into a larger place. Okay, so what exactly is social psychology all about? Yeah, before we go into the details of the entire chapter, entire paper, I would just like to outline what all we are going to deal with, right? In social psychology, there are around 4 major topics. The first one discusses about the nature and concept of social psychology and how is it related to other disciplines. Then we have the social cognition attribution theory. Then we have what are the methods of social psychology and what are the current trends in social psychology and what are the various ethical issues that are there in conducting this social psychological research. That is the first unit. The second unit is all about the process of social influence. Like I said, we are a part of a society, right? We will have attitudes towards people. We will have attitudes towards numerous things. We keep changing our attitudes. Why? Okay. See, supposing I love to watch, I like Amitabh Bachchan a lot. Okay. So what do? I do not leave any program that involves Amitabh Bachchan. Okay, that is the opinion or attitude or liking or whatever I share towards him. So when I meet people, I will try to influence them by saying, yes, he is such a wonderful actor, an actor that of great pride to the country. He has done such wonderful work and this is his progression, blah, 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 all that. So after listening to me, someone else much younger to me who hasn't heard about Mr. Bachchan will get influenced by what I said. He will go back home, look up all the work put forth by Mr. Bachchan and probably become a fan of him. Okay, so this is how I tend to influence. One person can influence, many people can influence, a group, a political party, a country, a nation, a part of the world, all these can influence people. Okay, so this is social influence, and then we are going to talk about pro-social behavior, right? So just imagine we are going on a road to our workplace, okay, and you see that someone has met with an accident and the accident is a bit grave. Okay, someone is about to lose their life, they are in a puddle of blood. Now what would be your reaction to that? Possibilities: you will stop and see. Another possibility: you will stop, see, volunteer, offer help, put the person in the hospital. Or 3, you will just turn that side, see and say, oh, that is just another accident today, and mind your business and go off to work. So another catch here is, do you really have the time to stop, help and go back to work? So these are different situations that confront us day in and day out, and we are able to decide whether we want to help or we do not want to help. There is another catch here. If that person is a known person to you, will you stop? Will you not stop? If that person is unknown to you, will you stop or will you not stop? Okay, so the likeliness that you will stop is high when it is a known person to you, right? So when it is an unknown person, you're getting late to work and you still stop. What do we say then? You are high on pro-social behavior. Pro means something favorable. You are able to put yourself in the second seat and then put the others' needs in the front seat and help them. Okay, it is not as simple as this. There are so many other factors that are involved in pro-social behavior. Then we have interpersonal attraction, right? So there is a class full of people. You enter into the class, you are friends with everybody, but you are extremely friendly with only a certain set of people. Why is it like that? If you can go back to your college days, you will remember how you have become friends with your best friends, right? Social psychology is nothing but taking out everything from our own life experiences. And it is just that we are reading it now in black and white. Otherwise, each one of us at one point in time or the other have gone through all these things, experienced all these things. Now is the time for retrospection when we come in contact with all these topics, right? And then we have aggression and violence, right? Albert Bandura is one famous social psychologist who has conducted an experiment on the baby doll. Okay, I do not know, you all are in the first year, right? So this is your first introduction to the subject. You might come across his famous experiment. There he wants to see how aggression and violence are going to have an impact on the minds of the children. Okay, so the television keeps running on running. There are kids, younger than adolescent age, so they keep watching the TV programs, right? And there is the experimental group and the control group. I hope you understand what these two groups are. The experimental group and the control group. The control group is you are giving the experimental treatment. Sorry, you are not giving the experimental treatment. Experiment group is you introduce all those things you want to test on them, right? So both the groups watch TV. One group, that is the experimental group, watches majority of the programs that are centered around violence and aggression. Okay, the other group of children watch programs of a mix. There is violence, there is romance, there is family, there is drama, everything. Okay, so later on, when a similar kind of a situation comes up, it was seen that those children who were exposed to more of aggressive and violent or TV shows responded in a very aggressive manner. Okay, they have responded in a very aggressive manner when compared to those kids who got exposed to different kinds of programs. So you see, what does this emphasize? It emphasizes on the fact that what you show to the children or how you behave in front of your children will have a bearing to a large extent. Okay, so that is what we are going to talk about, social influence. Then we have attitude and stereotypes.
Ma'am, Sujata ma'am, మీరు మైక్ ఆఫ్ చేయరా కొంచెం.
Jata ma'am, please stop, please hold your mic first.
Right, okay, continue.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Then we move on to introduction to attitude and stereotypes. Like I was talking about the real life example of Mr. Amitabh Bachchan. Yeah, for that matter, even Abhishek Bachchan is a very, very good performer as far as his performances are concerned. But you see again a factor of the social psychology playing there. The father has achieved a lot. The son has not been able to achieve, so they tend to make a social comparison there. He is not as successful as the father. So why is this coming? Social comparisons are bound to happen. That is human nature and human tendency, right? Then we will look into formation of attitude and attitude change. Prejudice and discrimination is another major point. So what is prejudice? You have a preconceived notion, right? Oh, she's a woman, she cannot handle the task, right? Now bodybuilding and having good muscular figure and then weightlifting has been the forte of men for a very, very long time. I do not know how many of you have seen Mandira Bedi. She can give any person, any man a tough competition in terms of weightlifting. Now, weightlifting or strength training has become an extremely essential matter if you are a fitness buff, right? So, there is what to say, you can say that the gap between male and female as far as fitness is concerned is becoming obsolete, right? So you just cannot stereotype any individual. Oh, he is a man, that is why he is like this. Quite a number of times we talk about rape and violence, right? And even in sleep, if you ask anybody who are the maximum victims, they will say women are the maximum victims. But let me tell you one thing, we also have an equal number of men who are getting abused, who are getting raped, and who are facing violence. Only thing is, yeah, I will not say just on par with women, but the cases are definitely there. But why do not we get to hear more about this? Men prefer to be silent about the atrocity done against them, and women open up quite a bit in the public because they want help, they gain sympathy, so many other factors. Okay, so I'm bringing this to the fore because I want to emphasize on the fact of stereotypes. Okay, yeah, this is a relation, it's a bad marriage. Okay, the man must have been very bad to the woman. No, it is not always the case, right? So there are two sides to a coin. The man is also getting battered. Only thing, it is not coming out in the public. So there is this kind of a prejudice and discrimination. In terms of discrimination, it is not just the gender discrimination, it is the discrimination based on caste, color, creed, and everything, right? And then we have social conflict and its resolution. And the last chapter would be, last unit would be group dynamics, how groups are formed and what are the different types of groups, and what are the various group dynamics. Now, again, I go back to the example of a classroom, right? You enter the class, just imagine you do not have any friends. How would you feel? You will be waiting when the day would come to an end, right? I mean, the teacher's lecture cannot keep you enticed for an entire day in the school. You would want to interact with your friends, you would want to go to the canteen, you will want some company. Just imagine if you are part of a group, you are 3 people or a gang of 4. Even if you are sick, you don't want to miss your school, you don't want to miss your college. Why? You will miss out on another day of meeting your dear friends. The very presence with your friends will make you feel, make you want to go to school without bunking school, right? So it's not just, I mean, I'm taking the example of a school to explain about the children, but just think of ourselves going to workplace. If you have a good coterie in the workplace, you would look forward to going to the school every day. Sorry, office every day. But just imagine if it is the other way around. You will dread every step you're making towards the workplace, right? So then we have social identity, crowding, and crowd behavior. Again, we have cooperation, competition, and conflicts. So social psychology is such a wonderful subject that you can go on and on. Try to give, and all this I spoke just about introduction, giving you an orientation about the paper that you're going to do. We still haven't started off with the first discussion about the first chapter. So it is such a wonderful paper that when we start discussing, we will see, yes, this has happened with me earlier, right? It is such common experience that we get to understand in terms of theoretical approaches, in terms of practical applications. Okay, so this is in a nutshell about all that you're going to study. And as Dr. Prasad has mentioned, I'm just going to give you a fleeting taste of all these things. And I would say I will devote around 15 to 20 minutes on the first unit. Okay, what is the nature of social psychology? And then try to understand the various methods that are used in social psychology, and just wrap it up. Take a brief 5-minute break, and then we will proceed on to the next one. So I'm going to set my timer. It's 9:30. Till 9:45, I will go on with the first unit. Please don't mind, I am just doing it for the convenience sake. Otherwise, I can go on and on for the topic. So far, am I clear? Are we all on the same page? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah. So, how can we define social psychology? What is it actually? To define social psychology, we need to understand what exactly is psychology. I think by now you know what psychology is. It is a study. Is it just a simple study? No. It is a study of?
Study of mind.
Okay, I understand you're still doing your preparation towards the exams. By the time you write your exam, I would want your definition of psychology to be more systematic. Okay, psychology is a study definitely, but it is a scientific study. Okay, by saying scientific, what are we emphasizing on? We are emphasizing on the objectivity aspect. We are emphasizing on the empirical aspect. We are emphasizing on the theories and the concepts on what it is based. We are emphasizing on the fact of verifiability. You say something, you leave it for the rest of the generations to test and retest and prove the same theory or the fact. Okay, if we are saying it is objective, it is objective in the sense that you are not allowing your personal opinions and biases to influence whatever you are stating. So that is being objective. So social psychology is a offspring of psychology. So obviously it is going to follow the same scientific inquiry that is followed in the major topic of psychology, right? So you have the same objectivity, you have the same verifiability, and various other factors that are essential to make it a science, right? So a subject cannot be purely, I mean, any area cannot be subjective, of course. And so that is where you will find a lot of discussion that we will do in the next week when we are going to talk about research methods. You have quantitative approach and qualitative approach. Quantitative is all about playing with numbers, and qualitative is all about playing with words. Okay, that is a major quantitative makes you totally objective, and qualitative allows you to be subjective. Okay, so all these differences we will understand in the next class, next week when we are doing research methodology. So social psychology is a discipline that studies how people's thoughts, their feelings and actions. Okay, what are thoughts? Thoughts are cognitions. What are feelings? Feelings, we mean they are the emotions or the affect. And what is the actions? Actions is nothing but behavior. So you see that it is a mix of emotions, cognitions and behavior. And on what are they based? They are based on the presence or implied or imagined presence of others. Again, I'll take you back to a live example. Go back to your school days. When we are writing our exams, the invigilator does his duty, in the sense goes around in the classroom, right? And the invigilator generally stops at one particular place. We are busily writing in the paper. You know that the teacher is there standing next to you. Do you think the same flow will be there on the pen? The teacher is looking at you, looking into your paper. What happens?
We'll
We
get
stop.
tense.
We take a look.
Your pen doesn't move forward. Why?
Distraction takes place, ma'am.
It is the presence of others. It is the presence of another person there. Your behavior is affected. What is your behavior there? You have stopped writing. There is a distraction, as you said, right? So social psychology is all about understanding behavior of people in social settings, implied or caused by others. Okay, so that is just the definition of social psychology, putting it in very simple terms. And it is the systematic study of the nature and causes of human social behavior. Now, psychology deals with the scientific study of behavior, human behavior. Now, social psychology studies the scientific, it's a scientific study of human behavior, no doubt, but human social behavior, right? You get the subtle difference there. Then, social psychology is the scientific discipline which seeks to understand the nature and causes of behavior and experience of the individuals in social situations. So, you can understand that individual is important and the social setting is important, and what is either pushing the individual or drawing the individual back. It is the cognitive processes that are going on in the mind of the individual, right? So there are 4 major points that we can draw out of the definition. We can say that it is a scientific study. It is scientific in nature because it takes in it the core values that are essential to consider the field as being very scientific. Everything has been reported accurately, right? All these core values are objectively determined, established, and hence we can say they are accurate. There is skepticism. Skepticism is nothing but doubt, and the ability to question. And there is open-mindedness. When you are stating something, you are allowing others to work on it and verify it, and in case they prove you to be wrong, there is acceptance this side, that side, and there is consensus as well, right? You should be open to change. So the 4 core values of being accurate, being objective, skeptical, and open-minded, they make this discipline a scientific discipline. Then another major concern of social psychology is the social behavior. Now, what does this social behavior comprise of? It comprises of various social processes. What are these social processes? I said we are individuals living in a society. So where does this socializing come in? It comes in when I meet another single individual. So we become a group. This group is called a dyad. Okay. And then what is the impact this individual is having on another individual? Another point could be, what is this impact the individual member is having on a group to which they belong? Okay. Now vice versa. What is the impact the group has on the individual? What is the impact this group has on another group? So now you can understand social psychology concerns not just the individual. It concerns the individual and individual and the group that the individual is a part of, the group and the members of the group, and impact that one group has on another group. See, when we are talking about we know that an individual can impact another individual. Okay, you can just take the example from how I have influenced another person to become a fan of Amitabh Bachchan. Right now, what is the other one? The impact the individual has on the group. Imagine you are a part of a group. Even in that group, you see that people have different kinds of mentalities. In that group, you will have only one leader. If you have two leaders, there are bound to be again two groups in that big group. Okay. And then the group will also have an impact on the individual. If you take the political parties, for example, if you take the political parties, that best fits this example. The group, the bigger group is what? The political party. It has an influence on the individual, right? Then this political group has a certain kind of an influence on the other political group. Please don't think that I am a very political person. I am a very apolitical person. I am just taking these examples because they are ready to use and relatable. Okay. So these are the 4 different ways in which we can see that there is a lot of interaction taking place, right? The social processes taking place. Then, so what is social psychology all about? It studies the effect of experience or cognitive processes on the ways incidents influence and relate to others. I was just talking about how a road accident can influence us. Okay, if you are hard pressed for time, if it is almost a rush hour, you will definitely not stop and see what has happened there. You will just go off, even if it is a death that has occurred because of the accident. So all these are things that happen outside, and the thinking that goes on in your mind that really influences your behavior. And even our behavior, for that matter, we behave in a certain manner if we are at home. We behave in a different manner when we are with others, and that others also varies. If it is an informal setting, you can laugh, you can do anything. But if it is a formal setting, your behavior again changes. So this informal setting and the formal setting are social contexts again. Okay, informal setting is again a social context. Formal setting is again a social context. So you need to understand that we are interacting with others at every level of our lives. Okay. Then social psychology not only addresses the nature of social behavior, but also causes such behavior. Okay, we do get prejudiced. We do become a part of discrimination. Think of it, right? I do not know how many men are there in the group. I'm not looking at the chat box, but I can see only ladies here. So one common example that I can give out of my own life experience is the maid. Okay, you expect her to be there every day, but when you go to work, you want a holiday. So when your maid asks you for a holiday, you will say, no, at least come for just half an hour, do this part of the work and go. So are we not discriminating there? So this discrimination can happen at various levels. So all these are a part of social psychology, right? So social psychologists have come up with 5 factors that shape the social behavior of people, that shape the social thoughts. What are these social thoughts? like we said, they are the attitudes we hold, that they are the beliefs, they are the feelings and inferences about other persons. Remember, social psychology is all about others, right? They have bought a car, so even we have to buy. There are so many jokes and memes about women asking their husbands, "Evandi, pakkinta avada valla ayana haram koni techaru." What is this? Nothing but social psychology, right? And yeah, so many sales are out on the net, as well as they are out on the malls and everything. So we say, they went and bought this, why can't we go and buy? So it takes a lot of strength and grit, to become unmoved by all such comparisons. Okay, but yes, definitely there'll be a point when we will stop comparing ourselves with others, and that comes in when there is a lot of contentment with what we are doing, right? I don't want to make it a didactic thing. Next, what is the scope of social psychology? Its scope is basically to determine the character of behavior of people. So when we meet someone else, there is social reaction, right? So each one of us is reacting in a group. And another aspect is we have the reaction of a group to the individuals. Finally, there is reaction of one group of individuals towards another group of individuals. Again, I would like to take an example from the movie Sai. I don't know how many of you have watched this movie. So it is all the students belong to the same college, but there is a division between streams. Eventually, when this college is pitted against another college, the different stream students unite to fight against the rival college. It is a simple example now that you can understand even very clearly. The arts and the science groups have rivalry, right? So the individual is a part of the arts group. The arts group has an influence of the individual. The same applies to the science group, right? What is the impact the arts group has on the science group, and vice versa? Now, when you combine entire thing, what is this college group having an influence on the other college group, right? Social psychology is all about that. The individual and the groups that we are a part of, the social settings that we belong to. So, social psychology has theory as well as application aspects. When we are talking about the theory or the basic principles, we can see that our major concern is to understand why human beings interact the way they interact. Okay, and there are a lot of social incentives here. That is why they interact like that. Now, just imagine you are going to your workplace and someone sees you and they give you a compliment. What does it do to you? It lifts your mood, and you carry that mood throughout the day until something bad happens. That bad experience triggers off your mood again. So how we behave is totally dependent on what we experience, right? So now, most of what we are learning and everything is contributed by the West. So how is social psychology in the Indian perspective? So is there any difference between what Indian social psychologists believe and what the Western psychologists believe? Here, when you come to talk about it, we can really understand that the East depends heavily on the collectivistic approach, and the West depends heavily on the individualistic approach. By saying collectivistic, I talk about we living as a closely knit unit, as a closely knit family, till our children get married and they have to go and stay away in another place. Okay, and what happens in the Western setting? There the rule is like 16 years and you should get away from your house. You have to be independent. right? So there are certain, there are a number of interesting studies that have been done on this, how the Chinese mothers would react, how the US parents would react to their child's performance or ranks in academics. Okay, so at least in the West, they say, oh, he has worked hard. But in the East, they would say, he has been, God has been great. Okay, he has been lucky, or he worked hard. There will be many, many reasons for the success of a person. But in the Western culture, they attribute success directly to the individual. Now, when you come to talk about it, talk more and more about it, which one do you feel is good? The individualistic or the collectivistic? I personally feel it has to be an amalgamation of both. You have to leave when they have to be left. At the same time, support them when they actually need it, right? So this is when you talk about Indian social psychology, it talks about the Vasudhaika Kutumbam. What is this Vasudhaika Kutumbam? It emphasizes that there is a lot of interrelatedness within people. There is a lot of interrelatedness within the communities.
Unity in diversity.
Yes, yes. So here you can again say that there is something that starts from a single individual and extends to the entire world, right? So yeah, a lot of work has been, of course, the major influence has been the West, but then there is a lot of work done even in our country. Now, just to fleetingly mention about what research methods are used in social psychology or the methods of social psychology, it has 4 major goals. So one major goal is to describe, right? You have, how can you describe any social aspect? You have to be one in the social setting, right? So the major goal is to give systematic descriptions of the social behavior that allow the social psychologists to generalize the findings and see how people act in several social settings. Okay, how can you really describe all this? For example, the instance is who is more aggressive, men or women? So to arrive at a generalized statement, the social psychologist should be able to describe it in objective terms, right? How will he do that? He will observe both men and women, and women are also aggressive nowadays, but in comparison, he could arrive at a conclusion saying men are more aggressive when compared to women. Then there is causal analysis. Causal analysis is what is the cause and what is the effect. Cause and effect leads to a scientific inquiry. This is in research. And does college education create students more liberal in their social attitudes, or does the curriculum during the intermediate put a lot of pressure on the students? So what is it there? They are trying to see what is causing so much of anguish in the students, what is causing so much of stress in the students, what is causing the higher number of suicidal cases in the students. So they are trying to find out the causal analysis. Then the third goal of social psychology research is theory building. They want to study the behavior of the people in social settings to develop theories related to social behavior, and that theory will help understand why people behave in the way they do. Okay, when we understand things, then it becomes easy for us to either change or behave in a different manner. Now, another major part is of the methods of social psychology is application. So all that knowledge that has been gained through causal analysis, gained through description and theory building, that knowledge is applied in our social problems. Okay. Now, what are the various sources of research in social psychology? We said it is a scientific study of social behavior. There are various methods that we could use, but two major methods are there. One major method is to develop a hypothesis that is there from the earlier studies and then try to research that and find out what it is. Then theory is not the only method to derive a new hypothesis. Researchers observe a phenomena, right? And then they find curious, whatever they find curious and motivating, they try to construct a theory related to that phenomena and then come up with a new theory. For example, the mere attendance of another person that led to the better performance, okay, that see what I'm trying to say here is presence of others, will it improve my performance or not improve my performance? Presence of others. It varies from individual to individual. For example, if it is an exam setting I quoted earlier, we will just stop in our writing. But we have seen numerous instances where someone motivating is present in the audience. You see them, you get motivated by their presence, you perform well. Okay? Someone's presence or someone's encouragement has brought about the best in you. So it is that someone who has facilitated your better performance. So this is social facilitation, right? So there are experimental methods in the sense we have the lab methods. What are the lab methods? You have both the control group and the experimental group, right? The researcher can test whatever he wants. You must be aware of the placebo. Are you aware of the placebo? See, generally one basic technique in psychology is like how can you test something, right? Now I'll give an example in a very layman's terminology. I want to see if certain drug A is effective or not for a certain kind of a problem. So what I do, in order to see if it is effective or no, I have to compare it with something else, right? So I will take two groups. Okay, I will take two groups, group A and group B. All of them are having the same problem. All of them are having the same problem. So I will give this I'll give a certain drug to group A. That is the real drug which will solve the problem. Okay, I will give a placebo. Placebo is just a sugar-coated pill to group B. Okay, so this is called the placebo effect. So I am giving the real medicine to group A. I am just giving a placebo to group B. Now I want to see whether their problem will be rectified or not. So to the experimenter's surprise, you see that there is a very huge positive response in group B. Have they taken the medicine? No. The very fact that you took a medicine will solve half your problem. Okay. So it's like, having a experiment. You do your experiments on one group and you tell the other group that, yeah, they have also been given the treatment. Right. So this is the control group. The control group is just used to make the comparisons between the two groups. Right. So yeah, this is experimenting. Then we have the field method. What is this field method? You go out into the field and you study some kind of a social phenomenon. Then we have non-experimental methods, right? Here we have observation method. When you want to see something, when you want to study something, you go to the group and say, I have come here to study this behavior in your group. Do you think they will be their natural self? They will never be their natural self. because they'll think someone else is observing me, so I have to be at my best. So what you are getting to see is not the real individual's behavior. So there is a camouflage. So in order to avoid all these things, what does the researcher do? He becomes one in the group, and he will not inform his intention that he is studying the members in the group. He will become one among the group, and then he will study whatever research question he has to study. Right? This is the observation method. Then we have the archives. Then we have case studies. Then we have so many other methods also, survey methods, wherein you can ask the participants to take a standardized questionnaire. And we have other research methods also, like the cross-cultural method. And what is the cross-cultural method? You are trying to compare two different cultures, right? Draw some inferences from here and from some inferences from there. So, and there are ethnography studies also. What is ethnography? Like we talked about natural observation. Like we also talked about things saying if they come to know that you're really observing them, they will not behave in their natural self. So when you are going to the setting there, okay, one of my colleagues in Geetham had done her research on a certain place. She's a sociology faculty who has done her PhD in Tata Institute of Social Sciences. So she had given this example when she was taking a class on ethnography. So she had gone to that particular place. Okay, it's a small village, and there she related one incident. There is a pond or a river or something bigger which had crocodiles in it, right? And she saw in live how the crocodile ate of a person. Okay, so all these things you will be able to study and report in an objective manner when you go there and live with them. So ethnographic studies, again, you cannot bring out the rustic nature of the method if you tell them that you are doing this kind of a study. You have to become one with them. So these are ethnography studies, very interesting ones. Okay, I mean, that way social science is such a wonderful subject. You can go on and on. Everything for that matter. Sociology is extremely interesting. Social psychology, every field in psychology for that matter. Clinical, right? And organizational psychology. Once you get into OB, you will see that there are so many other things that the employees would be, the employees' job satisfaction would be dependent upon, right? Health psychology for that matter. Though it is a recent entrant when compared to the other branches of psychology, now you can just talk about the kind of impact health has on our well-being. Right? How a diabetic patient feels about his entire life. What is the kind of quality of life he is experiencing? What is his mental health status? I'm just taking diabetes. The same applies to all non-communicable diseases as well. For example, there's a lot of research that came up in the last 2 years thanks to the pandemic. Everything. What is the impact that coronavirus has on the quality of life later? Right? And I'm 101% sure majority of the people who had this effect are experiencing a lot of other complications, right? All of us have people who've been affected, right? So health psychology for that matter. So any branch of psychology follows a similar kind of an inquiry approach. The research methods are the same. Okay, if you want to do a study in psycho-oncology, oncology itself is something some people want to talk about it, some people do not want to talk about it. But some people are really coming out in the open. Cancer survivors, they are coming out in the open and are saying, yes, we are there to offer our services to whoever is needing. So it all depends on the mindset, your positive attitude to defeat such a kind of a life-taking disease. Right? So psychology is such a wonderful subject, all the branches that it comes with, that you can go on and on about it. So my sincere advice is just go through, read your text carefully. I have given a bird's eye view of what you may study in your first unit. Okay. Yeah, then one major point I need to make about is the ethical issues. Conducting research without others' knowledge is a crime. So you have to debrief the participants of the study or your research work later on, the intention for research and why it has been done. At the same time, wherever necessary, you should also take permissions, right? Then you also need to take the informed consent of the participants in the research. Okay, so with this, I will just take a quick 5-minute break or just a 2-minute break. I'm here only. I just want to mark a clear demarcation between our discussion of the first unit and the second unit. Just 5 minutes, and yeah, I'll say hi again. Right. Yeah, shall we get back?
No.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, madam.
Yeah. Sorry. So another 40 minutes or 30 minutes, we are just going to talk about the concepts of social influence. Okay. See, the process of social influence. What is covered in this is the concepts of social influence, the pro-social behavior and factors contributing to pro-social behavior, interpersonal attraction, then aggression and violence. Yeah. So, what do you think is social influence?
Any word, anything that changes our mind more.
Okay. You say we are getting influenced day in and day out.
It's not like that, ma'am. Depends upon the situations. Even though I don't have that particular opinion, but if mass of people are following something, unnoticedly, I also give to judgment or vote to that particular thing. That's what I believe.
Precisely what we are coming to. Okay. What are you trying to do? You are trying to conform to what the others are doing.
Yeah.
Okay. That is
Yeah.
nothing but social influence. Right. Why I said day in and day out is the moment we switch on our TV,
Advertisements.
advertisements are influencing the way we view products, the way we make decisions, the way we make choices, right? So what is this social influence? We tend to change our opinions and behaviors because of another individual, another group, or an organization. We sometimes unknowingly change our opinions, right? Or sometimes people talk to you and convince you, and then they will make you change your opinion. So this is social influence. Now, why do they do this? Why do they do this? Sometimes there are personal motives, sometimes there are political gains, and sometimes just to help another person. Like, for example, if we are talking about trying to influence a person to quit smoking, why is it? There is no personal motive there. You are trying to influence him for his own good. Okay, so social influence happens not always for the good of others, but it could also be this way and that way, right? The others have some kind of a personal motive, so they will try to influence you. For example, they want to get top marks, so they will say they will not share they will not share things with you. They will try to influence, saying, that's not a very worthy paper, you don't have to go, like that they will try to manage. So you have both good intentions as well as bad intentions, right? And yeah, there are different processes that are a part of this social influence. And what are they? The main ones are persuasion. Okay, what is persuasion? When the child says, I will not have dinner, what does the mother do? Does the mother leave the child? సరే తినకరా మానే అంటే బంగారం కదా ప్లీజ్ నాన్న ఈ ఒక్క పూట ఈ ఒక్క ముద్ద తినేసి దట్ ఈస్ హౌ షీ పర్సువేట్స్ ది చైల్డ్ టు ఫినిష్ డిన్నర్, right? So this persuasion almost all of us would have seen. Conformity. Just now Sujata garu told about how she follows the others. Why is she not going away from the others? It is human tendency that they look for validation from other people. You want to be a part of that group. You want to be accepted by those members of the group. And if 5 of the people in the group are going in one direction and you are the 6th person who want to go this direction, obviously you will not be encouraged or liked. So you will join this side. So what are you doing there? Even if you are not interested in doing that, you conform to the majority. Okay? You are showing conformity with the group. Then we have compliance. We have compliance. If you want to be a part of that group, you have to do it. So what do we say? We need to comply with the rules of the group. Okay? So sometimes you may differ. You may differ with whatever the group is doing or saying. See, for example, you are a part of an organization. Okay? The organization has come up with some plan that you are anti to. You don't like it. So within the organization, you will say, I don't like it. The organization has not done a good job. But once you go out of the organization and you are in discussion with others, what will you do? Will you talk low about your organization or high about your organization? Obviously, the tendency is that you will support or you will talk positive about your organization to another organization. What are you doing there? You are complying. Okay. Then another method is obedience. Now, when does this obedience come in? When you have an authoritative figure. Nothing but you have to listen. Right? So these are the 4 ways in which social influence generally takes place: persuasion, conforming, compliance, and obedience. So what is this persuasion? It is the process by which a message induces change in beliefs, attitudes, or behavior. There are 2 ways in which you could persuade people. Directly, you take the central route. Okay? You bang on, you tell them, this is this is that, this is what will happen if you go in this way. You are taking the central route. Or you take the peripheral route. డైరెక్ట్గా చెప్తే ఒప్పుకోరని అనిపిస్తే మనం వేరే విధంగా ట్రై చేస్తాం కదా, దట్ ఈస్ ది పెరిఫరల్ రూట్. బట్ ది అవుట్కమ్ యూ వాంట్ ఇస్ పర్సువేడింగ్ దట్ పర్సన్. ఓకే, సో you either take the central route or the peripheral route. Then a lot depends on who is trying to persuade also. Okay, like talking about mental health. Earlier, there was this notion that if someone visited a psychiatrist or a psychologist, they would say, "Vallaki pichi pattindi." For a very long time, people did not understand that it is okay to visit a psychologist. It is, see, they go to the doctor very openly if they have any kind of a physical ailment. But when they visit a psychologist, it is done in hush-hush. Right? So these kinds of notions are really, really very dangerous. So again, Deepika Padukone, such a prominent and popular figure, came out in the open and said, I was going through depression. Then onwards, you see that so many people have come out in the open. And she said, yes, I have taken assistance, I have taken medication, and I am fine now. Someone has to bell the cat. Someone has to talk about it in the open. Right? So, I mean, such an influential person has opened up in the public, led to the fact that there were so many others who started talking about it, who started visiting the psychologist or taking medication for their condition after seeking help from a psychiatrist. Right? So, how did they get convinced? An influential person, a very popular celebrity, spoke about it. Okay? It made them understand the hard truth of life. Nobody is an exception. So if the message is conveyed through a popular figure, then it spreads across very easily like wildfire. So that is the reason why celebrities get picked up for advertisements, right? They have a huge fan base. So automatically the blind followers will just follow it because use it or do something because their idol has done that. So this is nothing but easy persuasion, right? And then perceived expertise. If a person who is extremely experienced in that area and he talks about it, you will obviously get persuaded. And then attractiveness and liking towards who is the communicator. If the communicator is good, if you like the person, then you will automatically get persuaded. Same thing happens with all of us. When we are back in college, we will have one favorite faculty member, one teacher whom we like to talk to, whom we idolize, and anything that the teacher says. Yeah, I can give an example, real life example out of my own life. 10th standard it was, and I was a voracious reader, in the sense would read fiction, nothing useful. I would read fiction, and at that time it was a hang of detective stories. I don't know how many of you know about Famous Five and Nancy Drew series. Okay, my exams, and then I would be still with the Nancy Drew. Okay, so my mother, she could not convince me on giving it up. So she spoke to my teacher, my sir, physics sir. He had a tremendous influence on me. So she got me in conversation with that teacher, and she made me promise to him that I will not touch any fiction till I finish my public exams. I did it. I complied because it was my favorite teacher who asked me to do it. Right? So a lot depends on who is trying to persuade. The same thing my mother also tried to convey. I never listened to her. But my favorite sir told, I immediately put my books aside. I mean, fiction books aside. So such influence will be there if the message is conveyed by the right kind of a person. Again, when we think of the freedom struggle, the entire nation was following one solid man, right? The father of the nation, he led the entire freedom struggle. He could persuade, people complied, people obeyed, people conformed. So he is a charismatic leader. Okay, so yeah, these are various factors. Attractiveness and liking. Why do we get attracted to people? First and foremost, we get attracted because of the physical attributes that the person has. Now, Kajal Agarwal has some million followers on Insta. Samantha has a million followers on Insta. Why? They look good. That is how they have developed a good fan base. Right? So attractiveness and liking also can persuade people into doing things. Then, yeah, we mentioned about conformity. So, what is this conformity? People change their attitude in order to match the behavior of the majority. So, just now I gave Sujata Gari example. It is nothing but conformity. They will say, yeah, 4 people will say we will go to Dubai for a vacation. Only one person will say we will go to Bangkok. So 4:1. You will change your idea. You will also go to Dubai. That's it. That is conformity. So the tendency to conform or not, according to the expectations of the society or a group, may seem to put some restrictions on the personal freedom. So here conformity, a lot of it depends on our readiness to follow others as well, right? And then we have, why actually people conform? They conform because they want to be right. Again, I go back to the classroom setting example. Teacher will pose a question. What is the answer? What is the answer? What is the answer to this question? So one student gives a response to a certain question. The others follow the same answer, right? You will find outliers in terms of only one or two people. Eventually what happens? That one or two people are only right. This is again application of this thing you can find in Kaun Banega Karodpati, audience poll. Okay, sometimes the audience also can get wrong, right? So you still go with the audience because you don't want to prove yourself to be wrong. Okay, so this is the reason why people actually conform, right? There is the influence of information, there is the influence of the norms. You want to be liked, you want to be approved by others, so that is why you will want to comply, or sorry, conform. So, and when do people conform? When there are three major factors. Depending on the group size, conformity will increase as the size of the majority increases. So you will conform when it is 5:1. Okay, you will not conform when it is 3:3 or 4:2. The chances are lesser, right? And it also depends on the group unanimity. If you feel too much with the group, if your commitment is very high, then also you will conform. And when do people not conform? So when someone is using power, when they are being unreasonable, when they do not have enough reason as to why you should conform, then people will not conform. So you have the no smoking zone. No smoking zone, I mean, the boards are up, nobody will come and tell you again. You have to take it for, I mean, you have to abide by whatever is said there, right? Then what is compliance? One second. So what is this compliance? This is also a kind of social influence where we do something, we are asked, even if we primarily don't want to do it. Okay. Example is you sign up for a campaign. Okay. You are taking up an advertising poster outside the exam center, and you are donating at the traffic lights. You generally don't want to do it, but you are somehow in some way or the other forced to do it. So here there are around a few bases of social power that will make us comply. Okay, there is reward, there is force, there is expertise, information, referent power, and legitimate authority. That is why we comply. Okay, in the sense we comply because there is a reward. That means donating at traffic lights. We come across a beggar, we donate there. Why do we donate? లేని వాళ్ళకి సాయం చేస్తే మంచిది. That is the only premise that makes us give them some alms to the beggars, right? There is that sentiment that is making us behave in that direction, even though we know that we should not encourage begging. Okay, there you are drawn by a certain kind of a sentiment. Then you have coercion. Coercion is nothing but force. Someone is forcing you to do it, and that is why you comply. Then there is expertise. Someone who's asking you to do it is an expert in the field. You know about their expertise, and that is why you comply with them, right? They are providing you with the right kind of information. Then they also have that legitimate authority, and so you are complying with them, right? And then power is also one thing that makes you comply with, that influences you, right? So you have a sense of helplessness when you come in front of a powerful person. So a person with power can influence people to do certain things which they do not want to do. This has been very frequently portrayed in a number of films, right? The authority of the village, he encroaches the lands, the farmlands of the villagers, right? All such instances are quite common that we have seen. So power also plays a pivotal role in social influence. Mood, okay. When we want to go on a vacation, again go back to childhood days, when we want to go on a vacation and our parents are authoritative figures, what would we do? We will not just come home and say, Amma, I want to go on a vacation. We will wait to see if parents are in a good mood. Okay, if they are in a good mood, then we will come up with our proposals. Okay, and then get them granted, right? If you catch the father in a bad mood and ask him for some money or permission, all you're going to get is a big shouting, right? So yeah, mood is again a good type of a social influence. So there are various techniques in which you could influence people. One is foot in the door technique. Okay, what is this foot in the door technique? Just imagine the physical situation. The door is there, you're just putting your foot there. Will you be able to close the door? No. So you have just put your foot inside. Now they are forced to open the door. Okay, putting the foot is just making a small request. Once they accept your small request, they will then accept your big request. So that is foot in the door technique. You just put your foot in the door, they cannot close the door. Later on, they will open the door and you enter totally. So we have an equivalent samita in Telugu. Mandiste cheyanta lagestaru ana type anamata. Okay. So next one is door in the face technique. What is this technique? A large request is placed and the large technique is rejected. So they will say, okay, anta peddadi ivvalekapoyina konchamaina ivvandi. So you are getting at least that small bit, right? So this is the door in the face. Okay, these are certain techniques through which influence can happen. Lowball is making a reasonable request, then revealing the details that increase the costs involved. So, and then that's not all technique. A large request is made. A large request is made, and then a smaller request is again made. Okay, and peak is something like we sometimes turn down some requests without even considering them, and this is called the refusal script. So, but this technique aims at disrupting this refusal script and get our attention. So here, nowadays we are getting so many phone calls. Suvarna Bhumi, Kontara madam, this and that. What is our reaction to that? It's not just Suvarna Bhumi, any product that they try to sell by making phone calls.
Yes, ma'am. What is your question, ma'am? Pardon?
What is your reaction when you get such calls?
Nowadays, actually, I'm irritated a lot, ma'am. And as soon as they complete the sentence, I'm just telling, I don't want anything. Thanks for calling. And sometimes I used to request them, please delete my number from your database.
Okay. Anybody else?
హెచ్డిఎఫ్సి వాళ్ళు చాలా ఇరిటేట్ చేస్తున్నారు మేడం ఇలాంటి కాల్స్ తోటి చచ్చిపోతున్నా ఎంత సీనియర్ కోవిడ్ సిచ్యుయేషన్ లో బెడ్ మీద ఉంటే కూడా వాళ్ళ కాల్స్ ఇలాగే హింసించారు అలాంటి బాగా ఇరిటేషన్ వచ్చేస్తుంది
అక్కడ నా రెస్పాన్స్ కూడా ఇరిటేషనే. Yeah, Rupa, you want to say something?
No, actually, my response was opposite because once upon a time I used to work at a front office. So I'll be like, I'll chat with them, have a little,
So
If it's a lady.
here itself, out of 3, we got 2 positive opinion, 1 positive opinion and 2 negative opinions. So very recently, even I had got a call like that because I'm also a project guide in IGNOU. I keep getting calls from unknown numbers. So I answered the calls. I was in the middle of a very important thing. And I thought if I will not answer that call, probably I will miss out on that. So they tell me, ma'am, మేము విశాఖపట్నం ప్యాంటలూన్స్ నుంచి కాల్ చేస్తున్నాము. I gave a shout. But one thing we are forgetting is these people are doing their job. So how should you react? As Sujata garu told, you can be polite with them, but human tendency is that we lose our cool, right? So why did I tell all this? We're talking about that peak technique, right? PIQE. So that actually means any request that is made, you will say straight no on the face. You will not comply at all for the request, but you must have said no n number of times. So this one particular time you will say yes. Okay. So these are the different ways in which people can comply. And sometimes we have resistance also from people. Okay. Regardless of the technique that is used, people do not get persuaded. Okay. And there are certain internal reasons also, like the principles we hold, the beliefs we share, all these things that will not allow us to comply. And what is obedience? Obedience is the behavior. Someone can please mute themselves. Yeah. So obedience is the behavior to comply with an order, request, law, or the submission to one's authority. Now, I do not know how many of you are in an educational setting, but mass bunks. You must have heard about mass bunks done by students. Yeah. So what happens there? The entire class should not be attending the lecture. But what if 2 or 3 students go and attend the lecture? They have to face the music in the WhatsApp group. Okay. So these are all examples that we get to see in our day-to-day experience, right? Yeah, we're talking about, you can go through your text and read the experiments, famous social experiments that have been done by Milgram et al. Okay. And all these are concentrated on how obedience, compliance, conformity, and etc. work in a social setting. Okay. Then we have pro-social behavior and factors contributing to pro-social behavior. Like we discussed earlier, what is this pro-social behavior? Pro is being favorable, okay? And what are the factors that contribute towards pro-social behavior? Now, when we take the road accident incident, If we stop, we have some amount of pro-social behavior. If we do not stop, does it mean we are not pro-social? It is there we have to think about other factors also. Okay, for that matter, any situation, like we were talking about the telecallers who disturb us during our schedule. Now, one thing I was reminded of is ultimately that person has called because the company has appointed that person and her duty is to do the calls, right? So similarly, we are not able to help in that particular situation because there are other pressing demands on my side. Okay, and then while doing pro-social behavior, we also will come across something called the bystander effect. Who is this bystander and what is that effect? Bystander is nothing but నించుని చూసేవాడిని bystander అంటాం. Okay, so they are just there without doing any constructive action. So this is quite a common sight in cases of accident. So many people form a big collection there. And are they all helping the one who met with an accident? No. If you really take an understanding of the accident scene, there are only 1 or 2 people who are making calls to the ambulance and to the family members trying to inform. Rest of the people are just standing there and seeing whatever is going on at the site. Okay. So yeah. So what is this pro-social behavior? It is the helpful action that benefits other people. Okay, and it is not necessary that the helper get any direct benefit, and there may be risk for the helper also. So the person who is extending help is high on pro-social behavior. Now why does he do? Why does he help? Will he get anything in return? No, he will not get anything in return. But this person will have a sense of satisfaction. Okay, and then there are certain risks also that he will meet. What are the risks? Now, if it is a police case, he will have to give his statement. His name will be recorded in the police station. He will not be able to reach his workplace on time. All these are the risks that he will have to face in case he is helping someone. Okay, so yeah, this is called altruism. Okay, so when you help someone and do not expect anything in return, that is called altruism. But pro-social behavior is even a broader category. Okay, and one thing we need to remember is it is totally different from heroism or egoism. Now, what is the opposite of altruism? Egoism. That is, why should I help them? Okay, and what is heroism? By helping someone, they want to become popular in the eyes of others. Okay, so pro-social behavior is something that does not involve any egoism or any heroism. Then there are what exactly happens or why pro-social behavior occurs? We have external factors that influence pro-social behavior and internal factors that affect pro-social behavior. Now, what are the external factors, right? When you see modeling, and modeling is considered as one of the determinant of pro-social behavior. Now, what exactly is this modeling? You must have heard about Albert Bandura's social learning theory. Have you come across social learning theory? How do people learn? Okay. Bandura has come up with a theory called the social learning theory, wherein he says learning happens through three major ways. One, you observe and learn. Two, you imitate someone. And vicarious observational learning, imitation. There is something else. It's just dancing at the tip of my tongue. I'm unable to remember it. So what he says is, you see someone do, and then you internalize that, and then you behave in the same way when such kind of a situation arises. So why do you help like that? For example, I would again take the COVID situation. Sonu Sood. Okay, so he has been able to gather a lot of help from so many people. He was helping all the needy during that particular time. And some people who could not give such kind of a service started to help him in other ways, probably send him money or something like that. Okay, so one person whom they like, when he is engaged in good behavior, he will always, again this example of Chiranjeevi Garu, blood bank. One picture you show of Chiranjeevi donating blood, it will draw thousands of his fans to donate blood. Okay, so what is Chiranjeevi there? He is a model. Yeah, another one is modeling. Okay, one is observational learning, two is imitating, and third is modeling. So someone whom you like behaves in a certain way, you take them as your model and you behave in the way your model did. Okay, so similarly, pro-social behavior, because Chiranjeevi engages in blood donation activities frequently, you also tend to donate blood at regular intervals. So what I'm trying to say here is pro-social behavior, external factors are also important as to why we behave in a particular way, and we do not expect anything in return. Excuse me. Then liking and pro-social behavior. Like we just now discussed, when we like a person, we are attracted towards them, and then we show this kind of, and we help people in need, right? Again, mimicry and pro-social behavior. Mimicry is our automatic tendency to imitate people, and then that kind of a behavior, if that pro-social behavior has brought about good response later, you like that response, you tend to you tend to behave in the same manner again and again. Okay, for example, you say, you have helped someone, అండ్ దే విల్ సే, అమ్మ జీవితాంతం మీకు రుణపడి ఉంటాము, మీ వల్లే మేము ఈరోజు ఇంత తినగలుగుతున్నాము అని చెప్తే, యూ ఫీల్ ఓకే, యూ వర్ ఆఫ్ సమ్ యూజ్ టు ది సొసైటీ. You will have a sense of accomplishment. You will have a sense of satisfaction. Okay, so life is not all about money. It is also about these small things that make you feel good. So you like that kind of a response. You like the feeling. You like the outcome of your act. Next time, you're more prone to behaving in a pro-social manner, right? So these are certain external things, the situations that make you behave like that. So, you like, and sometimes you have been rewarded for such kind of behavior, and so you engage in pro-social behavior again and again. Then we have norms. Now, what are these norms? Helping others. You are expected to help people. If you don't help, you will be ostracized. If you don't just see, just imagine something has happened to someone in the setting and you don't even leave your seat, you just continue to sit like that. There's something dangerous that has happened there. You are not moved. Isn't it different behavior? It is. So just to project yourself as a normal person, you will also leave your chair, go there, see, and be an inactive participant there. Okay, so all these things are the determinants of prosocial behavior. Then, what are the internal determinants of prosocial behavior? First and foremost, we can say is the genetic factor. Okay. Yeah, what are these genetic factors? Here, they say it is there in the family to be helping, to be helpful to the society, to be contributing to the society. తరతరాల నుంచి చేసుకుని వస్తున్నారు. So they will also continue. That is innate in their family system, and that is why they continue like that. So genetic factors. Then you have the emotional states. Okay. Emotional state refers to the mood of the helper. If the helper is in a good mood or in a positive mood, he is more likely to extend help. If the helper is in a negative mood, he will probably leave it for that time. He may not be interested in helping the needy, right? So one more is empathy. What is empathy? The ability to put yourself in the shoes of others. అరే రేపు ఉదయం నాకు కూడా అదే పరిస్థితి రావచ్చు. So that is why you go and engage in prosocial behavior, right? And then we have personality factors, right? Some personality factors are associated with prosocial behavior. Now, there are a few people who have high degree of interpersonal trust, who have low degree of interpersonal trust. So they do not, people who have high interpersonal trust, they will believe. So this also we must have seen in the accident settings, right? The helper will take out money from his purse and give it to the person who met with the accident without expecting anything in return. In some cases, people may just extend help but no monetary help. Okay, so all these things are like dependent on the personality of the individual as well. Okay, so why people engage in prosocial acts? Sometimes it is a negative state relief model. Sometimes people are feeling bad and they want to do something good, and that doing good gives them a great sense of satisfaction. Okay, and another thing is the empathy altruism model. All these are theories that you will come across when you are actually going through the notes that is provided by IGNOU. So it is almost 11 now. We have touched upon two topics, two major units. We will meet again at what time? 11:30? 11:30 to 1, we will wrap up the session. Okay, just take half an hour's break, because 10 minutes is too short. It being a Sunday, everybody at home, so I do understand. I'll be
Yes,
here.
ma'am.
I'll be here by 11:25 again. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Hope all are fine with the way things are going.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Very
Great.
helpful, ma'am. Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you. We'll again have a open discussion at 1 or 12:45. Okay. Right.
Fine, ma'am. Thank you,
Great.
ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
बस तो आप स्वदेशी मेरे एक अच्छे साथी बन के जितने गरीबों को आप ये आयुष्मान भारत योजना के संबंध में समझा सकते हैं, ऐसे बीमार लोगों की मदद कर सकते हैं, देखिए आपको भी संतोष होगा और मुझे बहुत खुशी होगी कि चलिए मैं एक राजेश जी की तबीयत तो ठीक हुई, लेकिन राजेश जी ने सैकड़ों लोगों की तबीयत ठीक करवा दी। ये आयुष्मान भारत योजना ये गरीबों के लिए, मध्यम वर्ग के लिए है, सामान्य परिवारों के लिए, तो घर घर इस बात को पहुंचाएंगे आप? बिल्कुल पहुंचाएंगे। हम तो आए 3 हॉस्पिटल में सर उसको बेचारे बहुत लगाया, सारी सुविधाएं उसको बताई, होगा तो फ्री में हो जाएगा। चलिए राजेश जी, आप अपने आप को स्वस्थ रखिए, थोड़ी शरीर की चिंता करिए, बच्चों की चिंता कीजिए और बहुत प्रगति कीजिए। मेरी बहुत शुभकामनाएं हैं आपको। साथियों, हमने राजेश जी की बातें सुनी। आइए अब हमारे साथ सुख देवी जी जुड़ रही है। घुटनों की समस्या ने उन्हें बहुत परेशान कर दिया था। आइए हम सुख देवी जी से पहले उनके दुख की बात सुनते हैं और फिर सुख कैसे आया वो समझते हैं। सुख देवी जी नमस्ते, आप कहाँ से बोल रही है? कहाँ पड़ता है ये? मथुरा में। मथुरा में। फिर तो सुख देवी जी आपको नमस्ते भी कहना है और साथ साथ राधे राधे भी कहना होगा। हाँ, राधे राधे। अच्छा, हमें सुना कि आपको तकलीफ हुई थी, आपका
Can we get back?
Yeah,
Yes,
we
ma'am.
get back. Yeah, we can.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Excuse
So,
me, ma'am. I have a small request, ma'am.
yeah.
Yeah, one of our co-student wants to rejoin again because of the net issues, ma'am. Could
Okay.
you please allow her, Rupa?
Am I the host?
You are the host, no, ma'am?
No, I don't have access, I think. I cannot get anything on my screen. You could maybe approach IGNOU Regional Center Vijayawada is admission section. Yeah, they are the host. You can see that they are the meeting host.
Fine, ma'am. I'll convey the same to her. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Yes, now we move on to the third unit, attitudes and stereotypes. We've already discussed about this earlier, but we are going to do an in-depth, not a very in-depth, of course, not like a regular class. I'll just be going in a very fleeting manner as to what attitudes are. And here we are going to talk at length about prejudice and discrimination. Right? So now what according to you is an attitude? Someone who could just, yeah, Srujana garu. No, she left. Someone wants to say what is an attitude?
అంటే ఒక పనికి చూపించే ఎక్స్ప్రెషన్ కానీ లేకపోతే ఒక అప్రోచ్ టువర్డ్స్ అన్ ఇష్యూ యాటిట్యూడ్ అవుతుంది.
Yeah, that is the kind of a opinion. Okay, whatever we have. Attitude ki feelings untaya?
యాటిట్యూడ్ లేదు మేడం. అంటే ఎట్ ది సర్ఫేస్ లో కనపడేది యాటిట్యూడ్ మేడం. ఇన్నర్ గా ఒక ఫీలింగ్ ఉండొచ్చు కానీ సర్ఫేస్ లో మన రియాక్షన్ కానీ మన అప్రోచ్ టువర్డ్స్ అన్ ఇష్యూ.
ఓకే,
అంటే ఇది సర్ఫేస్ లో ఉంటుంది కానీ డెప్త్ లో ఉండదు. ఓన్లీ అంటే పైకి కనబడద్దు మనకి. ఇప్పుడు జనరల్ ఒక మనిషిని చూస్తున్నా కూడా అతని యాటిట్యూడ్ ఏంటో చెప్పగలం కానీ ఇన్నర్ ఫీలింగ్ చెప్పలేము చూసిన వెంటనే. దానికి ఇన్నర్ ఫీలింగ్ కి సెపరేట్ అనాలిసిస్ చేస్తాం. అలా పైకి కనబడేది సర్ఫేస్ లో యాటిట్యూడ్.
Attitude means behavior.
Okay. Any other opinions?
I hope it's nothing but feeling of expression towards something, ma'am.
It is an expression towards something. Okay. So here itself, you can see that we've got lot of varying definitions about what attitudes are, right? So, as ఎవరు ఇప్పుడే ధీరజ్ గారు చెప్పారు, attitude is something బయట ఒకటి కనపడుతుంది కానీ లోపల ఇంకొకటి ఉంటుంది. So let us see what actually attitude is. Where can you see the attitudes? ఎక్కడ ఉంటాయి అవి? Where are attitudes?
Generally in workplaces.
No, they individual
daily in our life. I mean, in our routine, we can see many people.
Yeah, we hold an attitude in our mind. Okay, when it is in the mind, what is it? It is just a mental state. Attitude is a mental state, and a lot of our behavior is dependent on the attitudes we hold. Agree, disagree?
Yes.
Yes. So it is the individual's tendency to evaluate an object in a certain way.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, you are evaluating something. For example, your instructor for the day. You are evaluating me. How is she teaching? Is she making an engaging conversation? Is she being open to what we are saying? Okay, all these things will contribute towards you developing an attitude to me as a faculty, towards me as a faculty. Okay, So where is all this going on? It is going on in your mind. A lot of thinking is going on. So attitude has cognitive component. Okay, and because of the attitude that you have developed, you will behave in a certain way. So there is the behavior. If you like, then you will listen to me. If you do not like, you will not listen to me. So like or dislike is what? Emotion or affect, AFFECT. So you can understand that an attitude has three major components. It has the cognitive component, it has the behavioral component, it has the affective component. Okay. So, and once you develop an attitude, it is going to stay with you. Okay. Because you have the cognitive component, you have thought about it, you have feelings about that attitude, likes or dislikes, and then you have the action tendency. Depending on the likes and dislikes, you will act in a particular manner. So all these three components leave an enduring attitude with us. Okay, so this evaluations of objects, it could be evaluations of people, it could be evaluations of issues. What are debates about? Debates are nothing but the attitudes we have towards certain burning topics. So those burning topics are nothing but issues, right? So attitude is nothing but a cognitive representation which summarizes the evaluation we have made. Okay, so we have three major components: the affective component, the behavioral component, and the cognitive component. This is called the ABC model of attitude. So in psychology, affect means emotions or feelings. So when you're talking about the affective component, you're talking about the feelings a person has towards objects, other people, or events, right? Then we have the behavioral component. Here, behavioral component consists of how the person tends to act towards the topic, what he is seeing, whom he is meeting, and all. The cognitive component, it refers to the way the person thinks about another person, how the way the person thinks about a particular situation, how he thinks about an object, right? So this is the ABC model of attitude. Then there are thoughts, there are emotions, and there are actions. That is why we have the ABC model. Then we just touch about how a lot of our attitude guides our behavior. Okay, here I'm just going to read out one particular study that has been carried out in the United States. Okay, in 1930, Lapierre, a white professor, toured around the United States by car with a young Chinese student and his wife. At that time, people in the remember this is in 1930. At that time, people in the United States were prejudiced against the Chinese. So these three travelers stopped at 66 hotels and motels and ate at 184 restaurants. They kept a detailed record of how they were treated. They were given service at all places except one. 6 months later, Lapierre sent a questionnaire to each place asking whether they would accept Chinese couple as guests. He received responses from 128, and 92% of those who replied indicated that they would not serve Chinese guests. Lapierre and some psychologists after him interpreted such findings as indicative of major inconsistency between attitude and behavior. Indaka Dheeraj garu ade chepparu. Okay, like we know their attitude, but what's going on in their mind we cannot really tell. So here also they have found a similar situation where attitude was different and the behavior was different. Okay, so our behavior and expressed attitudes do differ because both undergo a lot of influence. And attitudes in spontaneous and automatic behavior reactions, there are many situations in which we tend to act quickly without much deliberation. Okay, so sometimes situations are like that they hardly leave any time for us to think. So sometimes our attitudes also cannot come to the fore. Now, how do these attitudes form? From where do we get these attitudes? So there are certain important sources which contribute towards the formation of these attitudes. Now, first and foremost, again, it is genetic factors. That is the reason why we have a lot of stereotypes still continuing, because certain families, they believe women should not go for work. I mean, I'm not talking about the current time, but if you go 50 years rewind, then what is the attitude generally men in the house held? Women should take care of the house and man will be the breadwinner for the house. That is the kind of attitude that prevailed around that particular time. So be it system or be it genetic, the attitudes that are started in the family tend to continue in the family, right? Then we have learning that is based on association. Now, what is this learning that is based on association? To understand this, you have to go back to understanding classical conditioning. Have you come across classical conditioning?
Yes, madam.
Okay, so you know what classical conditioning is. So we tend to associate one thing with another. Once you associate things like that, you tend to develop positive attitudes or negative attitudes. So this way, attitudes also are formed, right? So here, it is the social learning or socialization that contributes greatly towards forming attitudes. So one process of social learning is classical conditioning learning. What happens predominantly there is a stimulus that will elicit a response. So the stimulus gradually elicits a response through repeated associations with other stimuli. For example, to make it clear, I got only one strong response from Dheeraj Garu. I'll just for the convenience of the rest of the group, this is classical conditioning is a classical experiment done by Ivan Pavlov, a Russian psychologist, where he shows the dog a piece of bone. Okay, so the dog salivates as soon as it sees the bone and it will have the bone. Eventually, what Pavlov did is he rang the bell and gave the bone. So the dog started salivating not to the bone, but much before it was given the bone. By the sound of the bell itself, the dog started salivating. This is the dog got conditioned to the bell. The moment the bell rang, the dog understood that it would get its food. So it started responding to the bell itself. This is a conditioning at a certain level. There is higher order conditioning where there is an introduction of another stimulus. A light will be switched on. Okay, the light will be switched on, the bell will be rung, the bone will be given to the dog. So what happens? The dog is making associations with all these things. Now, when it earlier used to salivate to the bone, it started salivating to the ring of the bell. Now it starts salivating to the light. Okay. So what is happening here? The stimuli, each stimuli is able to elicit a set response. So what are we doing there? We are associating with various stimuli. So how are attitudes formed? Attitudes are formed on the basis of the learning that we do through association. Okay. Yeah, there have been earlier studies which showed that when initially neutral words are paired with electric shock, stimuli like electric shock, they will give a negative response from the person. These neutral words will soon gain negative response only. Okay, so for example, it was a, and what can we say? I hope you understood what it is, what I'm trying to say. Like a word actually is not bad, but when you link it up with a bad thing, the word will get that bad meaning. So that is what we are trying to say, learning based on association. Then we have observational learning, learning that is based on seeing someone else do a particular task. Okay, learning that is based on observation. Again, this I discussed earlier, Albert Bandura, where he said that we behave in a way that we have seen others behave. Right? This is also called modeling or social learning theory. Our attitudes are learned through observing the behavior of someone whom we like, someone who is significant to us. Okay? Or if a certain kind of a behavior is rewarded, we tend to behave like that. If a certain kind of a behavior is punished, we tend to avoid such kind of a behavior. So how do children develop any kind of an attitude? During their growing up phase, they observe their parents. They internalize all these things, and then they will use it whenever the situation arises. Why do majority of the children take to smoking? Most of them would have seen their seniors or parents smoke. So even when the children are asked not to smoke, the parents say, ask them not to smoke, they engage in smoking outside. Okay, and so they also develop a same kind of an attitude, right? We are exposed to mass media, we are exposed to social networking platforms, right? So these media provide a lot of opportunity for us to observe and learn, because we have a lot of interpretation that is going on in our minds. How do we decide about, especially the women, how do we decide about the costumes we are wearing? What is the novelty we try to bring into our sense of dressing? From where do we get? We do not have access to Manish Malhotra or Sabyasachi or Ritu Bal, all these people. From where do we do that? We see our favorite heroines or people in the TV channels. We see them, we think, oh, this is the trend, and then we follow the trend. Okay, so this is how it is, how attitudes are formed. So what I'm trying to tell you here is there is a lot of influence that the media can make on people picking up attitudes. Okay, so yeah, then one more thing is the social comparison. That is how we develop an attitude. So this social comparison contributes greatly towards forming certain attitudes. We are on a constant comparison of ourselves with another person or another group of people, and we develop an attitude as we think it is right, as we think it is proper. So as a result of this social comparison with attitudes held by others, we end up with a lot of conflicts in our mind. Okay, so here for an example, some people might think they have certain attitude towards a vegan diet or some other non-vegetarian consumption or whatever, right? So it's not necessary that you can keep your attitudes to yourself. You need not rub it onto others, because there are quite a number of people who enjoy different cuisines, right? So having attitudes towards so many things, from the time we wake up, what is the attitude we have towards the alarm? We don't like the alarm. Why? It will force us to wake up from the comfort zone, right from the time you wake up.
It depends, no ma'am.
Yes,
I may not have the same feeling. It depends upon what I should do after getting up. Depends upon that, maybe I may have the different moods.
definitely. I mean, that's why we are talking about attitudes held by individuals. Okay, when the same attitudes are held by so many individuals, then they become stereotypes. Okay, so it is a notion that is passed on in the society. That is how we have stereotypes, that women should not go for work. A girl is expected to behave in this manner. Do these two hold good even now? No more. So what is happening there? A lot of attitudinal change is occurring in the society. Okay, so you see, all this discussion is towards highlighting how attitudes are formed and how attitudes can change. Again, how attitudes can change, we have discussed about persuasion in the earlier unit. So the same persuasion can also be used to bring about a change in attitude. Some negative attitude has to be changed into a positive one. Whom will you use? Okay, I took my own example. So my mother asked me to stop wasting my time on reading fiction because it will not fetch me any marks. Did I change my attitude? No. I loved reading fiction. That was one of my favorite hobby. Who made me change? An influential person. So how attitudes can be changed? If the communicator is strong, then your attitudes change. There, it is just an example, one-off situation. It can also change because of your own experience. Okay, sometimes we hold certain kinds of prejudices, but our own experience will make us break that prejudice. Prejudices are preconceived notions we have about something without directly experiencing that. But once you experience that directly, you yourself are going to change the prejudice. Okay? Yeah, so talking about prejudice, discrimination, stereotypes, all these three go together. Why is there any kind of a negative connotation about prejudice? Can prejudice be negative or positive always?
అంటే అది టైంని బట్టి ఉంటుంది మేడం. ఇప్పుడు ఉన్న ప్రెడ్యూస్ నెగెటివ్ అయితే రేపొద్దున పాజిటివ్ అవ్వచ్చు. లేదా ఇప్పుడు ఉండేది పాజిటివ్ అయినా రేపొద్దున నెగెటివ్ అవ్వచ్చు. అంటే ఒక గ్రూప్ ఆఫ్ పీపుల్ మీద ప్రెడ్యూస్ గానీ, డిస్క్రిమినేషన్ గానీ ఆధారపడి ఉంటదని అనుకుంటున్నాను.
సిచ్యువేషన్ బట్టి కూడా అది మారుతూ ఉంటుంది కదా. సో దట్
అవును.
ఇస్ వాట్ యూ మెంట్. ఇవాళ ఉన్నది రేపు లేకపోవచ్చు. నేను ఇందాక చెప్పింది కూడా అదే. మన ఎక్స్పీరియన్స్, మన సిచ్యువేషన్ విల్ మేక్ us change our own prejudice, and stereotypes are also broken like that. For that matter, you have seen quite a number of women excel at home, excel at office. So then you have broken the stereotype which says women should be at home. So now you see there is diversity hiring going on in most of the corporate organizations. Diversity hiring ante enti, you are giving more opportunity to women to come on board. Okay, so ఈ డిస్క్రిమినేషన్ అనేది కానీ, స్టీరియోటైప్స్ అనేవి కానీ, తర్వాత ప్రెజుడిస్ అనేది కానీ తగ్గుతూనే వస్తున్నది. So yeah, what is the stereotype? Stereotypes are cognitive because that is something that goes on in our mind. Stereotypes are typical are beliefs that we have about a particular group member or a group of people, right? And what are prejudices? These are positive or negative feelings towards a particular group. So a prejudice could be good or bad, positive or negative. Now, what is discrimination? It is a behavioral referring to the behavior that puts the target group under disadvantage. So that is discrimination. Now, I'll give you one more example. Because of this diversity thing, anyway, discrimination means we have to talk about reservation and all those things. So racism, tokenism, all these things are there. I don't think I'll have to give examples also. Let's not make it a very debatable issue now then. Okay. And so, yeah, what exactly I wanted to say is discrimination is like you are putting that group to a disadvantage. For example, I mean, I'm not able to stop myself. If you take the JEE ranking or whatever, now they are saying 33% of the seats will be going for girls. Now, a girl who got a score bigger than another boy is getting seat in coveted institutions. The boy with a lesser score is not, a lesser rank is not able to get a seat. Now, who is being the disadvantaged here? So these things keep constantly changing. I don't want to make this a debate, but one situation straight out of our own lives where we are seeing this discrimination happening.
Ma'am, absolutely, I agree with you, ma'am. Even from my childhood onwards, I hate reservation, any sort of reservation. Being a woman, I don't want any lady reservation. I can capable enough myself.
Yes, yes. So, I mean, there are quite a number of boys who are at a disadvantage because of this. Okay, so these are, I mean, we always talk about discrimination meted out to women, but here is a different picture, that is discrimination meted out to eligible boys, right? So what new things we are seeing in society, time will only unravel. Yeah. So yeah, when this prejudice becomes larger than life, that will lead to discrimination. Here, they tend to put this differential group aside. Okay, it is, they get an inequitable treatment who are said to belong to a particular group. So prejudice is a negative attitude. Discrimination is negative behavior. Like I said, when prejudice adds up, when prejudice becomes additive, it ends up as discrimination, and you behave when you are discriminative. So where is the origin for discrimination? The origin is in the stage of prejudice. Okay, so discrimination of one group by another group leads to what? Conflict. Okay, but what are our social norms? We should not show any kind of discrimination overtly, but our discrimination is there within us, but we do not display that. Outwardly, we appear to be a very, very sadhu person, right? So the presence of prejudice need not always lead to discrimination, but this showing of discrimination will allow to conclude that prejudice is present everywhere, but whether it will translate into behavior or not will depend on the situation. So when we take our country, when we take the entire world or the US, discrimination is in the terms of whites, blacks, and now even the browns are included. Okay, now we have discrimination here on the basis of religion, on the basis of caste, gender, and all these things, minority, majority, right? Yeah, racism is one, sexism is one. Then, we have tokenism. This is also a kind of discrimination. What is this? This is one positive action taken by people or an organization towards a group to whom they are prejudiced. So subsequently, what they do, every time they refer to that one particular act they have done to the group. So actually what the group is supposed to receive, it will not receive. But every time they will keep pointing out at that one particular benefit, they have given a positive feedback to the group. So prejudice and discrimination, you can see in the form of racism, sexism, tokenism, all these things. And we have to do away with all these. So how can we reduce prejudice? How can we reduce discrimination? This topic we can go on and on, because it's a burning topic, and each one of us will have our own interpretation of things. Again, we may be prejudiced, we may not be prejudiced, but we need to see that it should be good for the society, where it is a harmonious place of dwelling for all the citizens, right? So social influence, how it is, we discussed about how people get influenced, right? So similarly, these same people can also help in reducing prejudice or discrimination in the society. Then we could definitely have a recategorization. We can definitely have a recategorization of the groups, right? You can merge the boundaries between different groups, in groups or out groups, and then have a unified sector. So this is all about prejudice, discrimination, and stuff. So anything you would want to discuss on this topic? Any questions?
మేడం, ఇప్పుడు సోషియాలజీ అనేది లేదా సోషల్ సైకాలజీ అనేది సైకాలజీకి సబార్డినేట్ సబ్జెక్టా మేడం, లేకపోతే సైకాలజీతో పాటు ఈక్వల్ గా ఉంటుందా?
సోషియాలజీ అనేది ఒక మేజర్ సబ్జెక్ట్. ఓకే, ఇప్పుడు సైకాలజీ ఒక మేజర్ సబ్జెక్ట్, సోషియాలజీ ఒక మేజర్ సబ్జెక్ట్, రైట్? సోషియాలజీ దేని గురించి చదువుతుంది? ఇట్ విల్ స్టార్ట్ ఆఫ్ విత్ స్మాల్ యూనిట్, మైక్రో యూనిట్ నుంచి స్టార్ట్ చేసి మ్యాక్రో వరకు చదువుతుంది సోషియాలజీ. అంటే ఇండివిజువల్, ఫ్యామిలీ, మ్యారేజ్, కాస్ట్, క్లాస్, ఇవన్నీ కూడా చదువుతుంది సోషియాలజీ. ఓకే, బట్ వెన్ యూ కమ్ టు సోషల్ సైకాలజీ, మీరు ఎక్కువ ఈ ఫ్యామిలీ, గ్రూప్, సోషల్, కాస్ట్ అన్నిటి గురించి చదువుతారు. కానీ వేర్ డస్ ద డిఫరెన్స్ కమ్? It deals with more about the psychological aspect, మానసిక ఏమంటారు ఫ్యాక్టర్స్. అర్థమైందా మీకు నేను చెప్పేది?
అర్థం మేడం.
Yeah, it talks more about the mental aspect, the psychological aspect, social psychology. అక్కడ మీరు ఏంటంటే మనకి 4 కాస్ట్ సిస్టమ్ ఉన్నాయి అని జస్ట్ చదువుతాము. ఇక్కడ ఏం చదువుతామంటే, ఈ కాస్ట్ సిస్టమ్ లో మనం అండర్ గోయింగ్ ది కైండ్ ఆఫ్ సైకలాజికల్ థింగ్స్ వి అండర్ గో ఇన్ దీస్ కాస్ట్. ది ఫోకస్ ఇస్ దట్. ఓకే, ఇంకేమైనా చెప్తారా? జస్ట్ టేక్ a 2-3 minute బ్రేక్ బిఫోర్ వి గో ఆన్ టు నెక్స్ట్ లాస్ట్ వన్. ఇంకేమైనా డిస్కస్ చేయాలనుకుంటున్నారా? అందరూ కామ్గా ఉన్నారు.
Madam, indaka
actually very recently we have joined, ma'am. I haven't started reading itself, so that's why I couldn't able to ask you any questions.
Fine, not a problem. Yeah, Dheeraj, you are about to say something.
మేడం, మీరు ఫిక్షనల్ స్టోరీస్ అంటే ఒక అబ్సెసివ్ గా చదువుతున్నప్పుడు మీరు ఏ పాయింట్ మీద ఈ చదవటం ఆపేశారు మేడం? అంటే నాకు ఉంది, నేను ఎక్కువ ఫిక్షనల్ వెబ్ సిరీస్లు, సినిమాలు చూస్తా బాగా.
నేను అది కొన్ని సంవత్సరాల క్రితం అమ్మా, అది చెప్పాను కదా 10th క్లాస్ అని. అప్పుడు నాకు నచ్చిన మనిషి చేత చెప్పించారు. ఆయన ఒకటే ప్రామిస్ చేయించుకున్నాడు, నువ్వు పబ్లిక్ ఎగ్జామ్ అయిపోయిన మర్నాడు నుంచి నువ్వు పుస్తకాలు తీసి చదువుకో, నీ నావెల్స్ నేను ఆపను నిన్నని చెప్పాడు. నాకు నచ్చిన మనిషి అది చెప్పారు కాబట్టి ఆయనకి నేను ఒబ్లైజ్ చేసి మానేశాను.
ఓకే ఓకే మేడం. అంటే నేను ఇప్పుడు
అంతే.
వాళ్ళే అంటే నేను ఇలా ఫిక్షనల్ వెబ్ సిరీస్ కానీ షెర్లాక్ హోమ్స్ అని ఇవి చాలా ఎక్కువ అబ్సెసివ్ గా చూస్తాను మేడం. చాలా డీటెయిలింగ్ అంటే ఒక
అంటే
రకంగా
మీరు ఎంప్లాయిడా అన్ఎంప్లాయిడా?
లేదు మేడం, నేను స్టూడెంట్ మేడం, 24 years.
ఓకే.
అంటే బాగా ఇంకా నాకు అసలు అవి చూస్తున్నానంటే బయట ప్రపంచం గుర్తుండదు మేడం. అంత డెప్త్ గా వెళ్ళి ఇప్పటికీ చూస్తున్నా.
ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఐ బిలీవ్ ఇస్ ఫేజిక్. ఓకే, ఎవ్రీథింగ్ హ్యాపెన్స్ ఇన్ అ సర్టన్ ఫేజ్. The very same person that you are engaging in watching so much of web series or anything, say 2 years, 3 years down the line, you will not have time to switch on your laptop or mobile.
Okay madam.
If it is bordering on the amount of addiction, then definitely you have to talk to a psychologist who will help you come out of this.
Okay madam.
And before visiting a psychologist, you have to make an effort on your own, whether you really want to come out of it or not. Adi decide చేసుకుంటే మీరు దృఢంగా బయటికి రావచ్చు అందులో నుంచి.
ఓకే ఓకే మేడం.
ఇక్కడ రివార్డ్ అండ్ పనిష్మెంట్ అని ఉంటుంది.
యా ఓకే మేడం.
ఇవాళకి ఒకటే ఎపిసోడ్ నాకు రివార్డ్ అంతే.
ఓ యా అర్థమైంది మేడం.
అలాగా మీరు లిమిట్ పెట్టుకుంటే మీ అమౌంట్ ఆఫ్ వాచింగ్ టీవీ విల్ రెడ్యూస్.
సరే మేడం. ఓకే.
సో కొన్ని మన చేతిలో ఉంటాయి, అవి మనం చేసుకున్నాక మన వల్ల.
మేడం ఇందులో అది వ్యసనం కింద తీసుకోవచ్చు, అంటే వ్యసనం కింద చూస్తున్నట్లా లేకపోతే అతనికి ఇంట్రెస్ట్ అయిన ఏదో ఒక విషయం షెర్లాక్ హోమ్స్ చూస్తున్నారు అతను, అవునా? షెర్లాక్ హోమ్స్ అనేది కొంచెం బాగుంటుంది, అంటే కొంచెం అంటే సైకలాజికల్ దాంట్లో కిక్ ఉంటుంది, తర్వాత ఆలోచన ధోరణి ఉంటుంది, గిస్ట్ ఉంటుంది అనమాట దాంట్లో. సో అతను ఆలోచన ధోరణి కూడా అలాగే ఉందనుకోండి, బట్ అతను ఆకలికి ఏదో తీరుతున్నట్లుగా ఉంటుంది కదా.
అది ఆలోచన నేర్చుకోవడము అంటే అదొక రకమైన ఇది ఉంటుందండి. ఇంకా మీరు ఎక్కడికి వెళ్ళినా ఆ పుస్తకాలు చూడడము, అది చదవడం, ఆ వెబ్ సిరీస్ ఫాలో అవడమే. ఇప్పుడు మనం ఒక ఫంక్షన్కి వెళ్ళాల్సి వస్తుంది, నలుగురు మధ్యలో ఉంటాం, ఆ వెబ్ సిరీస్ చూడాలన్న తపన ఎక్కువైపోయి మనం ఫంక్షన్లో ఉన్నా కానీ మన ఇయర్ ఫోన్స్ పెట్టేసుకుని మన మొబైల్లో చూసేస్తాం. ఆ స్టేజ్లో ఉన్నారా? దెన్ ఇట్ ఈస్ డెఫినెట్లీ అడిక్షన్.
ధీరజ్ గారు ఈ క్వశ్చన్ అడగలిగారంటే అతని మీద కొంచెం ఇంట్రాసెప్షన్ ఉన్నట్లే. ధీరజ్ గారు మిమ్మల్ని మీరు ఒకసారి ఆలోచించుకోగలిగారంటే ఎందుకు మీరు అలా చూస్తున్నారు అంటే మీరు క్లారిటీ తీసుకోండి, ఆటోమేటిక్ అదే మిమ్మల్ని రెగ్యులేట్ చేస్తుందో కంటిన్యూ చేస్తుందో అదే.
ఓకే ఓకే సార్. ఓకే.
ఇంకొకటి అడిక్షన్ అని మనం అందరినీ స్టాంప్ చేసేయకూడదండి. There are certain rules that the condition has to meet before we categorize a person as an addict. It could be any addiction. ఓకేనా? సో ఆ క్రైటీరియా మీట్ అయితేనే దాన్ని అడిక్షన్ అని అంటాం మనం. అది ఒక 2 minutes బ్రేక్ ఏంటమ్మా ధీరజ్?
థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం.
యా పర్వాలే. యూ వాంట్ టు టాక్ అబౌట్ ఎనీథింగ్ ఎల్స్? సరే, యా చెప్పండి.
మీరు యాటిట్యూడ్ చెప్పారు కదా మేడం, అందులో కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్ రెసల్యూషన్ ఇది కూడా చెప్పారు. ఇఫ్ సమ్వన్ ఎవరిలో అయినా ఇట్లా వాళ్ళు అవుట్ ఆఫ్ ద బాక్స్ రాకుండా ప్రతిదీ వాళ్ళు స్ట్రిక్ట్గా చేసేసుకుని ఇప్పుడు నేను కూర్చుంటే ప్రాబ్లం అట్లా, అంటే ప్రతిదానికి బౌండరీస్ పెట్టేసుకుని దే యూస్ టు live in that way madam. Means they were having negative prejudice. How will be their attitude with how to make them come out of their attitude?
నా క్వశ్చన్ క్లారిటీ లేదమ్మా. వాళ్ళు బౌండరీస్ పెట్టుకున్నారా?
చాలా స్ట్రిక్ట్ గా వాళ్ళు బౌండరీస్ పెట్టి ప్రతిదానికి ఓవర్ థింకింగ్ చేసేసి నేను ఇలా చేస్తే ఇట్ గివ్స్ సమ్వన్ బ్యాడ్ అని చెప్పి వాళ్ళు చాలా కన్సిస్టెంట్ గా,
అంటే దే నీడ్ టు బి షోన్ కాన్స్టెంట్లీ. అంత ఓవర్ థింకింగ్ వల్ల ఏమీ జరగదు, పర్వాలేదు అనే అష్యూరెన్స్ ఇస్తూ ఉంటే స్లోగా అవుతుంది కాస్త. ఓవర్ నైట్ మనం మాత్ర వేసుకుంటే, మనకి డోలో వేసుకుంటే టెంపరేచర్ ఎంత తొందరగా తగ్గిపోతుందో అలాగా ఈ పరిస్థితులు అయితే అవ్వవు. All these are time-taking processes. Even counseling is a time-taking process. If you want to see a change in a person, you will have to invest a lot of time. Both the counselor and the counselee, both of them have to invest in a lot of time. Most importantly, the counselee will have to be open to whatever suggestion that the counselor is making. అందుకు మీరు ఎవరినన్నా మార్చాలని ట్రై చేసినా కానీ దట్ విల్ టేక్ అ లాట్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ ఎఫర్ట్. ఓకేనా? మార్పించే పద్ధతులు అయితే ఉన్నాయి, చాలానే ఉన్నాయి, కానీ వాళ్ళు మారడానికి కూడా రెడీగా లేరు అనుకోండి, మనం గోడ కొత్తిన బంతిలాగే ఉంటుంది అది.
ఓకే మేడం.
అది యా. So now we will just take a fleeting look into what the last unit is all about, group dynamics. Okay, how groups are formed, what are the different types of groups, and yeah, we have a group here, right? What is this group? All those who are going to write their MAPC. Psychology group, kada?
Yes, ma'am.
So how is it formed? You came out of your own interest or you were made to be a group? So this exactly is a perfect example of a formal group. Okay, then informal group ఏంటి అంటే ఒక ముగ్గురు నలుగురు ఈ గ్రూప్ లో నుంచి వేరేగా మళ్ళీ క్లోజ్ గా ఫ్రెండ్లీగా ఉన్నారంటే దట్ బికమ్స్ అన్ ఇన్ఫార్మల్ గ్రూప్. Now when I come here, address you and talk to you all, we are all meeting at a very formal level. So this is a formal group that we are all a part of. It is not necessary that we interact with one another after the session is over. So formal groups are formed for a certain kind of a purpose. Informal groups, they give you a lot of other factors. Psychological kick వస్తుంది వాళ్ళని కలిసి మాట్లాడి ఇంటరాక్ట్ అయ్యి చేస్తూ ఉంటే, రైట్? సో ఇక్కడ గ్రూప్ డైనామిక్స్ అంటే ఏంటి, సోషల్ ఐడెంటిటీ అంటే ఏంటి, తర్వాత కోఆపరేషన్, కాంపిటీషన్, కాన్ఫ్లిక్ట్, ఆల్ దీస్ థింగ్స్ ఆర్ అ పార్ట్ ఆఫ్ దిస్ గ్రూప్ డైనామిక్స్ అన్నమాట. సో how small a group can be or how big a group can be. How big a group can be ante it can be as big as a country, because that particular group is called Indians. It can be as small as 2 people, which is called a dyad. Both are groups. Okay na? 3 members, 4 members unna groups ane antam. So group ఎందుకు వస్తుంది? Why does a group come into existence? It comes into existence because of the circumstances. There are 2 or more people, then we call it a group. That is at a very basic level. But what is a group in terms of the social psychologist? They call the term group for people. And these people are interdependent on one another. For what? They want to have mutual interaction. Okay, so what is a group? Group is a collection of 2 or more people. They are bonding together in a harmonious unit to a certain extent. Why only to a certain extent? You are a group now because you are doing this course. Once you finish the course, there is no guarantee that you will be able to continue with this group. Okay, so groups can be defined by 4 specific criteria. First of all, interaction with other people. Okay, the members of an aggregate of people, it's a collection of a people, they become a group and they are interacting with one another. This interaction need not always be physical, need not always be face to face. Now what we are having is a virtual interaction. Okay, we can interact with one another and we can get influenced with one another. right? So one specific criteria that can define a group is interaction aspect. Then second one is, when you are a part of a group, you have that sense of belonging. Okay, so people need that reassurance or assurance that they have someone to fall back on for support, right? So instead of just being or belonging to a particular group, you also experience, you also perceive oneness with that group. So you become identified with that group, and all the members in the group have similar kind of a goal, right? When people start interacting, they will understand more about the other people, and then if they are on the same wavelength, if they are on the same page, those people tend to form a small group. Okay, so people who share at least one common goal, they tend to become a group. And this is automatically suggesting that these groups are formed so as to attain goals. For example, we have so many study circles, IAS and all those things. So you go and join a particular study circle. So you become a part of that study circle, right? And then there are certain norms there. What are norms? Norms are rules that govern the behavior in that particular group, right? So then we have fate interdependence. What is this? The group is the fact that, fate of the members of the group is interdependent. If you are interacting with one another, there's going to be a good condition there. If you do not interact with one another, ఏదో పేరుకుంటే ఉంది గ్రూప్, అందులో ఏం జరగదు. That is the kind of response that gives. Okay, so there are different types of social groupings, there are different types of categories that also have a bearing, like when the group interaction is more frequent, you feel that you are more a part of that group. Now when we are talking about groups, the social media itself, WhatsApp itself is a perfect example of groups. You have so many groups in that. Some that you are very actively a part of, some you are just a spectator, some you join because you are interested in. Okay, so all these things help in group formation and help us to have some kind of an interaction. So when we take a look at the basic features of groups, we can talk about three major things, or two major things rather. First is the group structure, and second is the group cohesiveness. What is this group structure? Every group will have a particular role for its members, will give its members a particular status, and will have certain norms. You, for example, take any club. We have a very popular club in Visakhapatnam called the Voltaire Club. The club has certain elected members. These members are responsible for the functioning of the club. And if people take membership in that club, they get a kind of a social status. Okay, and there are certain rules laid out by the leaders in the club, and the members are expected to adhere to those rules. They become the social norms. Okay, so different people performing different tasks, that is the role. Okay, belonging to a particular group gives you social status, right? And the status also affects the pattern and content of the group communication. Then we have the social norms, which are the shared rules and expectations about how the group members should behave in a particular situation. So this is about the status of the group. Then we talk about group cohesiveness. What is group cohesiveness? Cohesive means being able to bind together. How well knit are the members in a particular group? How strong is the bonding between the members of the group? Are there any clashes? It is these clashes that we call as conflicts. Okay, so cohesiveness is the collection of forces like the individuals, the interpersonal and intergroup, which help to keep the members as a single unit. So it refers to both positive as well as negative forces that keep members together in the group. There are many factors that affect group cohesiveness. There are so many politics that would come in, and yeah, some members are always working towards pulling down the group. All these things we can see in our day-to-day activities, right? So why generally people want to be a part of a group? We should know one thing, that being a part of a group brings in a lot of benefits. At the same time, it also has a lot of costs we have to pay. Now, what are these costs? It is our own time. Sometimes we want to be on our own. We don't want to be a part of the group. But because you are a member, you are forced to go. So, like we were discussing, man is a social animal. Our fundamental need is to belong to something, belong to a group. We want information about various things. So groups could be the major point of information for us. Okay, if you're not a part of a, for instance, take WhatsApp group. What's happening there? Major announcements are made. If you don't want to be a part of that group, you will not get any information about that group. Okay, so groups are definitely a major source of information now, right? So, and again, if a person belongs to various groups, he is able to gain knowledge. Another reason for joining a group is that belonging to a group can give you rewards. Okay, then it gives a boost to our status. Like I was talking about a well-noted club in Visakhapatnam. Not everybody can get membership there, right? So another reason of joining a group is that the group tends to provide situations or facilitate the achievement of goals that individual could not achieve it alone. Again, we talk about the study circles. You want to be a part of, you want to get into a good job. You want to take coaching. Can you finish the coaching on your own? No. So you will join a study circle. There you will come in contact with so many other aspirants like you. You students amongst yourself, you will form a group. Okay. So these are some reasons as to why we can form a group. So there are different types of groups: primary group and secondary group. Then we have in-group and out-group. Then we have a formal group and informal group. Then we have exclusive group and inclusive group. Then we have membership groups and reference groups. All these things you will come to know when you are really dealing with your, when you're really sitting and reading through your chapters. Now, how are these groups formed? There are different stages. Stage of, first stage is of forming, then second stage is of storming, and third stage is of norming and performing. Like first stage, they just tend to form, get together. Storming, they will talk about what they want to do in that particular group. Okay, there's a lot of brainstorming also that goes on, and then they will lay down the norms for the group. All those who wish to abide by the norms will be a part of the particular group, and then the goals of the group will be achieved when they start working towards the objectives of the group. So forming stage is the first stage, and when it gets into the stage of performing, it becomes a fully functional group. The members of the group get into performance. Okay, so this is a brief introduction or fleeting lectures, you could say, on all the topics that are there in this paper for you. So this is the last half an hour. We can discuss anything related to these topics today, or any doubts you want to get clarified. The house is now open for discussion.
Good afternoon, madam.
Good afternoon, sir.
Madam, my name is Thirumal Reddy.
Okay.
Yes,
okay.
my name is Thirumal Reddy.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, actually, I was unable to join in time, ma'am, but lately I joined. But I just want to ask one brief question that the name of this course is Advanced Social Psychology. Ma'am, can you please brief me or brief everyone how it is different from normal? Because it is given the title as advanced. So what makes it advanced, and how it is different from conventional one?
See, what makes it more advanced? The beginning of any subject is in form of theory and practice. It becomes more advanced when it comes to the application aspect. Okay, so the topics that you're going to learn, social psychology has become more application oriented. Okay, so once you go through all those things, you will see more of the action research kind of a thing rather than the traditional theory and concept kind of stuff. Social psychology as such is a subject which has to be understood and experienced being on the field. When you read your textbook also, I would suggest all of you try to visualize what you're reading, because majority of the experiments that have been done by the researchers are done on the field, because they talk about groups. Of course, groups is a major topic even in organization behavior. You consider a work setting, you have different types of groups there.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, this is Sujata, ma'am. Actually, I'm
చెప్పండి సుజాత.
the background వచ్చేసి computer science and engineering, ma'am. Out of my personal interest, I have joined in this. Examination point of view, ఎట్లా ప్రిపేర్ అవ్వాలి ఏంటి అని ఏమన్నా సజెషన్స్ ఇస్తారా మ్యామ్?
To go by the old rule, I would say you go back to the previous year's question papers.
Okay.
If you are fortunate, the same questions will repeat. If you are unfortunate, you will get questions out of the blue. So preparing for an exam is always...
That's okay, ma'am. Fine. And whatever the materials we got from the IGNOU, is that more than enough, ma'am, to get
Definitely.
the overall view of subject?
Yes.
Shall we have to refer some other books too?
See,
What is your suggestion?
if you want to, I mean, I'll tell you one thing. There's a huge difference between a regular student and a distance education student.
Yes, ma'am.
A regular student has all the time in the world to read the textbook and go understand the concepts thoroughly and face the exam. But you are managing two different things. You are working and studying.
Yes.
So obviously there's a challenge that you're facing. In order to get your degree, you finish your material and go for the exam, you will get your degree. But if the subject interests you, I would suggest you get hold of the textbooks and get a full conceptual understanding.
Thank you.
Yeah. If you ask me what is important, what is not important, the best have been curated in the syllabus. For me, everything appears to be important.
No, not in that way I've asked.
Yeah. No, I'm just talking in the common interest of everyone, not singling you.
Okay.
So generally our intention, how students ask us, ma'am, give us important questions. So I mean, definitely all of you are not at a stage where you will where you have enrolled for a degree, right? It is out of interest towards the subject you have come here. So when you're after all, I talk like this, but even I am a student like you, right? Probably for another subject. So if you are really interested, internet has ample sources. Please pick an authoritative source from where you can learn, or get hold of good textbooks. I think you will have textbooks listed at the end of reference section. So just get hold of the textbooks, and it is just to expand our knowledge. That's all.
Yes, ma'am. That's it.
Yeah. Anything else?
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yeah.
I'm Jahnavi.
Yeah, Jahnavi.
So when we discussed about attitude, so sometimes we feel like these are genetically derived attitude notion. Generally, no, yeah. So do you really think that it can be changed, or is it genetically withdrawn and it has to be maintained like that?
See, for attitudes that are running through the generations, there has to be one special revolt, okay? One person who can bring about the change in the family, but there too, you do not have the assurance that it will not be seen in the future generations, because here we are saying it is genetic.
Yeah.
So this one-off situation may be an exception to the rule.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So how do we think that it is a genetically drawn attitude just by observing it, or do we have any norms to that?
See, for example, I mean, I do not know, I am not a Rayalaseema person or anything, but how is it portrayed in the movies?
Yeah.
Rayalaseema itself brings those mental pictures.
Action kind.
Yeah, mental pictures like aggression, violence, bloodshed. Okay, so
Yeah.
in a way, not everybody may be that aggressive. So who is
Okay.
contributing more towards developing such kind of attitudes towards those people? In a way, media is also helping in portrayal, right?
Yeah.
So
Stereotyping things.
yeah, how we can get away with that is really go to Rayalaseema, mingle with people, experience their behavior directly, and probably we'll be able to change that to a certain extent, right?
Okay.
So yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right. Any other doubts you would want to talk about, or topic you want to talk about?
మేడం కౌన్సిలింగ్ సైకాలజీకి అండ్ ఐ మీన్ స్కోప్ ఎంత ఉంటుంది మేడం? రేపు పొద్దున నేను కౌన్సిలింగ్ సైకాలజీ తీసుకోవాలనుకుంటున్నాను.
చాలా
సారీ,
ఉంటుందండి.
కౌన్సిలింగ్ కాదు మేడం, సారీ, క్లినికల్ సైకాలజీ.
క్లినికల్ కి అన్ని సైకాలజీలకి స్కోప్ బాగుందండి ఇప్పుడు.
ఈ అడ్వాన్స్డ్ సోషల్ సైకాలజీకి సంబంధించి క్లినికల్ సైకాలజీలో ఏమైనా లింక్ ఉంటుందా మేడం? అంటే మేజర్ గా
క్లినికల్ సైకాలజీ మీరు ఏంటి డీల్ చేస్తారు ఎక్కువ? ప్రాబ్లమ్స్, డిజార్డర్స్, క్లినికల్ సెట్టింగ్ లోని ట్రీట్మెంట్, వాటి అసెస్మెంట్, ఇవన్నీ క్లినికల్ సైకాలజీలో డీల్ చేస్తారు. ఆర్గనైజేషన్ సైకాలజీ అంటే ఎంప్లాయీ అసెస్మెంట్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ కానీ, ఎంప్లాయీ అవేర్నెస్ ప్రోగ్రామ్స్ కానీ, తర్వాత ఆర్గనైజేషన్ సెట్టింగ్లో ఉండి హెచ్ఆర్లో కానీ ఇలాంటి రోల్స్ ఉంటాయి. కౌన్సిలింగ్ అంటే ఎన్ని రకాల కౌన్సిలింగ్లు ఉన్నాయంటే స్టూడెంట్ కౌన్సిలింగ్ దగ్గర మొదలుకొని ఇంకా మ్యారిటల్ కౌన్సిలింగ్ అని, తర్వాత కెరియర్ కౌన్సిలింగ్ అని, లైఫ్ కోచెస్ అని చాలా చాలా ఉన్నాయి ఆప్షన్స్. మెంటల్ హెల్త్కి ఎక్కువ ఇంపార్టెన్స్ ఇప్పుడు. అండ్ ఈ కౌన్సిలర్స్ ఎక్కడంటే హాస్పిటల్స్లో కూడా పెరుగుతున్నారు ఇప్పుడు, ఇన్ఫర్టిలిటీ సెంటర్స్లోని. బికాజ్ ఆల్ దీస్ ట్రీట్మెంట్స్, IVF is not an easy treatment. The couple has to first become brave enough to undergo the treatment. It is more pressurizing for the woman because the maximum treatment is for her. And then whether that will be successful or not, okay, what if it is successful, what if it is not successful? So the couple will undergo a lot of highs and lows during this period. So who can help them? The expert, the IVF expert does not have so much of a time to sit and resolve their psychological matters. So who can pitch in there? A counselor who is well versed with how the infertility treatment works, who is well versed with the mechanics of infertility treatment. వాళ్ళు ఈ ఎక్స్పర్ట్ పక్కన ఒక కౌన్సిలింగ్ సెల్ పెట్టుకుంటే అక్కడికి వచ్చిన వాళ్ళు ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి అలాగా. ఈవెన్ ఎండోక్రైనాలజిస్ట్, డయాబెటీస్ అది ఎలా డీల్ చేయాలి, దానివల్ల వచ్చే నిస్సహాయం ఇలాంటివన్నీ ఎలా డీల్ చేయాలి. డయాబెటీస్ డస్ నాట్ జస్ట్ మీన్ పాపింగ్ ఇన్ అ టాబ్లెట్. Some people have such high insulin levels that they need to take an injection 3 times in a day. బయటికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు స్వీట్ తినమండి, మాకు డయాబెటీస్ అండి అని ఓపెన్గా చెప్పిన వాళ్ళు కొందరు, అలా చెప్పడం ఇష్టం లేని వాళ్ళు చాలామంది. సో ఫర్ ఎవ్రీథింగ్ సైకాలజీ ఏరియా ఇప్పుడు ఎలాగైందంటే మానసిక నిపుణులు మీరందరూ, మనం అందరం. అది
మ్యామ్,
యా
ఇందాక మన డిస్కషన్లో సో అదర్ పర్సన్ ఎప్పుడైతే మన దగ్గర ఉంటారో విల్ ఆబ్వియస్లీ చేంజ్ యాటిట్యూడ్ ఆర్ బిహేవియర్ అనుకున్నాం కదా.
నాట్ నెసెసరీలీ ఎవ్రీ టైం. మనం ఎప్పుడైతే కాన్షియస్ ఫీల్ అవుతామో అది కొన్ని ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ మీద డిపెండ్ అయ్యి ఉంటుంది. మీరు బాగా ప్రిపేర్ అయ్యి ఎగ్జామ్కి వెళ్ళారనుకోండి, మీ పక్కన ఎవరు వచ్చి నించున్నా మీ పెన్ అలాగా రాసేస్తుంది, వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. అదే మీరు సమంగా ప్రిపేర్ అవ్వలేదనుకోండి, మీ కాన్ఫిడెన్స్ లెవెల్స్ ఉండవు. నా పేపరే చూస్తున్నారేమో, నేను రాసిందే చదువుతున్నారేమో అని టక్కున మీ పెన్ ఆగిపోతుంది అక్కడ. సో ఎవ్రీథింగ్ ఈజ్ లైక్ డిపెండెంట్ ఆన్ వేరియస్ అదర్ ఫ్యాక్టర్స్ ఆల్సో.
లైక్ ఇప్పుడు బీయింగ్ ఏ కౌన్సిలర్, నా క్లయింట్ చెప్పేది కరెక్ట్ అవునా కాదా అని హౌ కెన్ ఐ అసెస్ మ్యామ్ దట్ వన్?
That comes in with a lot of experience, I think. You will be able to assess whether he is taking you on a ride or he is really being genuine with his problem. A true counselor will arrive at that expertise very soon. And the more number of cases you handle, a paripakvata vastundantaru chusara, adi. Yeah.
మేడం, ఇప్పుడు క్లినికల్ సైకాలజీలో నిపుణులు అయిన వాళ్ళు కూడా కౌన్సిలింగ్ ఇవ్వచ్చా మేడం? అంటే వాళ్ళు క్వాలిఫైడ్ గా ఉంటారా?
ఇప్పుడు క్లినికల్ సైకాలజీ ఎలాంటిదంటే ఇంజనీరింగ్ సబ్జెక్ట్స్తో పోల్చి చెప్తాను మీకు. ఈసీఈ చేసిన వాళ్ళు కంప్యూటర్ సైన్స్లోకి రాగలరు, కానీ కంప్యూటర్ సైన్స్ చేసిన వాళ్ళు ఈసీఈలోకి వెళ్ళలేరు. సో క్లినికల్ సైకాలజిస్ట్ ఇస్ లైక్ దాట్. ఈసీఈ లాంటి వాళ్ళు వాళ్ళు ఎందులో అయినా మాట్లాడగలిగే అథారిటీ, కానీ ఎందులోకైనా వాళ్ళు అర్థం చేసుకోగలుగుతారు. ఇప్పుడు నేను మీకు ముందరే చెప్పాను, నేను ఆర్గనైజేషన్ సైకాలజీ పర్సన్. సో క్లినికల్ అంటే నేను కొంచెం వెనకుంటాను.
మ్యామ్, ఐ హావ్ ఎ డౌట్ మ్యామ్. నేను ఎంబీఏ చేశాను, ఎంబీఏ ఫినాన్స్ అండ్ హెచ్ఆర్ చేశాను. అండ్ నేను ఇప్పుడు ఒక ఎడ్యుకేషన్ డిజైన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ లో వర్క్ చేస్తాను. నేను ఇండస్ట్రియల్ బిహేవియర్, ఐ మీన్ ఆర్గనైజేషనల్ ఇండస్ట్రియల్ బిహేవియర్, ఆర్గనైజేషనల్ సైకాలజీ అది స్పెషలైజేషన్ తీసుకుంటే బెటరా, అదర్వైజ్ క్లినికల్ సైకాలజీ తీసుకుంటే బెటరా అనేది నేను డిసైడ్ అవ్వలేకపోతున్నాను.
If you are already in HR, it is better that you go
Yeah,
in
I have
for
experience in HR, but not fully. I mean, as a HR recruiter and HR administration, I have experience into HR administration.
So with that kind of an expertise, you can either go in for HR, OB, or go in for counseling. Counseling will never be a waste, because over there you are meeting a lot of employees. HR, being a part of a HR is like you will also have to listen to their grievances, right, at times?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so counseling or organization behavior would be fine for you. But if you are trying to intern, it would be better you intern in counseling psychology, where there is more exposure to employees rather than with students. Students related internship చేస్తే కౌన్సిలింగ్ లో మీకు ఏం పెద్ద ఉపయోగం ఉండకపోవచ్చు. So you bear in mind your work setting, and then accordingly you make your choice.
ఓకే, దట్ మీన్స్ సెకండ్ ఇయర్ లో స్పెషలైజేషన్ తీసుకోవాలంటున్నారు కాబట్టి పర్టికులర్ గా కౌన్సిలింగ్ సైకాలజీ తీసుకున్నా యూస్ఫుల్, ఆర్గనైజేషన్ తీసుకున్నా రెండిట్లో ఏది నాకు యూస్ఫుల్ అనేది, యాజ్ ఐ మీన్ యాజ్ కెరీర్, యాజ్ ఐ వాంట్ టు మేక్ ఇట్ యాజ్ ఎ కెరీర్.
ఈ రెండిట్లో ఏదైనా తీసుకోవచ్చండి. అదే కౌన్సిలింగ్ తీసుకుంటే మటుకు ఎంప్లాయీ కౌన్సిలింగ్ చూస్ చేసుకోండి.
ఓకే, ఓకే మ్యామ్, థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Ma'am, to practice as a counselor after completing counseling psychology, do we need a registration, or is it only required for clinical psychologists?
If you are a registered psychologist, nobody can say any word against you.
Okay.
Okay, at the same time, it doesn't. I think Dr. Prasad will be able to handle that question better than me, sir.
Registration will be given only to rehabilitation psychologists, those who have completed MA psychology or MSc psychology. After that, they have to undergo for the 1-year PG diploma in rehabilitation psychology, recognized by RCI, or PG diploma in clinical psychology, recognized by RCI, or MPhil rehab psychology or clinical psychology. Then only you are eligible to registered as rehabilitation psychologist or clinical psychologist. Then only RCI will give you registration. Those who have undergone training, MPhil or PG diploma, recognized by RCI program only, they will be registered. Remaining others, there is no registration so far, but 2020-21 March, Health and Allied Sciences Bill, Allied Sciences Care Bill has been passed in the Parliament. Now, behavioral psychologist, in the name of behavioral psychologist designation, all the states and central government are going to register those who have completed MA psychology or MSc psychology with 2 years of experience. The one hindrance or hurdle is there. What they have mentioned is those who have completed master's degree in regular mode.
Oh, okay, okay.
So this is one hindrance and hurdle. Anyhow, our university in IGNOU, earlier they have mentioned even distance education also, those who have undergone 240 hours face-to-face mode are also eligible. But final bill came out, that clause was removed. So we are asking for that. It will be worked out. Once it is worked out, our people will be eligible to register with Health and Allied Sciences Care Bill, and you will be designated as a behavioral psychologist.
Okay, thank you.
So it is under process. That bill, even in our state also, registration process, they are putting some norms. So in Andhra Pradesh, most of them are completed MSc psychology through distance mode only. In regular mode, every year Andhra University and SV University, some other universities are producing only 50 to 60 candidates. So coming to the distance education, nearly 500 to 1000 candidates came out for last 10-15 years. So in our state, nearly 2000 MSc psychology graduates are came out. So these people are fighting with the government to register those who have completed distance mode or regular mode. So that clause has given to concerned state governments. So government has now already formed a committee to look after all those things. If once it is worked out, you are also eligible to register with allied and healthcare bill. Once we are registered with RCI or allied healthcare bill, we are legally do practice. If otherwise, if you do, you can do counseling in school setup or college setup. There is no problem at all. If you are appointed as a school counselor or college counselor, so there is no problem at all. You are under the umbrella of the concerned educational institution. If anything happens, that educational institution will help you. So you are under the umbrella of the some of the institution. So there is no problem. If you do own practice, if any psycho legal cases arise or happen, so you have to face it, all those things. So nobody will help you during
Okay.
that.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Yeah.
So almost 12:50 is time. అందరూ eager to eat. సో ఎలా ఉంది ఈరోజు క్లాస్, మేడం గారి క్లాస్? మేము ఎనీహౌ we will send you feedback form in the last class, all the counselors, how they have teach and all those things we have format. So we take feedback from the students. I think all the counselors for last 7-8 years they have been teaching, but we are receiving good feedback only. So far there is no negative feedback about our counselors. I think this time also definitely we'll get such type of feedback only. Any more doubts?
No, sir. Actually, behalf of all the students, I would like to say a very big thank to you for choosing such a great personalities to us to give the lecture or all the exposure of all these papers, Prasad Babu.
Yeah.
Thank
So
you so
actually, in face to face, we will not get these person because these people are in different places.
Yes.
And now Sangeeta madam is working in Getam University. She is having some personal work at Bangalore. She is taking class in Bangalore. So in face to face mode, we will not get those personalities. One way it is good, online counseling. We are keep on conducting online counseling for especially psychology. Practical purpose, we are going to ask to come for 5 days in Vijayawada for July session only, not for January session. January session, for that also we have already online links are there. We will provide you online link how to do practical and all those things. Next week, తర్వాత next week అనుకుంటా, madam and Vemla madam and myself will give you the brief introduction about the practical component, how to do all those things. Just we will, before that class we will send you link for the practical sessions, so you can click on that, all the details will be there. So how to do all those things we will explain you. Based on that you can complete your practical record, and you have to submit your practical record on or before 31st of December. So your examinations will be start January 20th to 28th. So 7 days examinations will be there. Already first year starting with 20th January. So timetable is available with IGNOU website. Just you can go to the IGNOU website and just see the dates of your examination timetable, and last date for submission of examination form for attending the term and examination in January. 15th December is the last date. Already some people came to our regional center and paid the examination fee because they don't have the internet facility in their houses. So if anybody comes to our regional center, we will help you to fill the examination form. Only thing, you have to bring your Google Pay or debit card or credit card online password. Then only our technical team or computer persons will help you to fill the examination form. And re-registration also. If you are facing any difficulty, please come to regional center. Our people definitely will help you.
సార్ ఇక్కడ నెట్ పే చేసాము అమౌంట్, ఎగ్జామినేషన్ ఫీ అమౌంట్ పే చేసాము.
మీకు ఒక కంట్రోల్ నెంబర్ వచ్చిందా?
వచ్చింది సార్.
ఆ కంట్రోల్ నెంబర్ వస్తే మీరు ఏం చేస్తారంటే మళ్ళా ఎగ్జామినేషన్ ఫామ్ లోకి ఫిల్ చేసి జస్ట్ MAPC మీ ఎన్రోల్మెంట్ నెంబర్ రీజనల్ సెంటర్ విజయవాడ క్లిక్ చేస్తే మీ ఫామ్ ఓపెన్ అవుతుంది. ఓపెన్ అయితే లెఫ్ట్ సైడ్ పక్కన ఆల్రెడీ హ్యావ్ ఫిల్డ్ అని చెప్పి ఒక నెంబర్, కంట్రోల్ నెంబర్ ఉంటుంది. అది క్లిక్ చేస్తే మీ అక్నాలెడ్జ్మెంట్ ఏమేమి కోర్సెస్ మీరు ఫీ పే చేశారో అక్నాలెడ్జ్మెంట్ స్లిప్ వస్తుంది. అదొకటి డౌన్లోడ్ చేసి పెట్టుకోండి. ఎందుకంటే సమ్ టైమ్స్ ఇఫ్ సంబడి నాట్ రిసీవింగ్ ది హాల్ టికెట్, you have to show that one only, then only we create separate hall ticket and will issue to you.
Okay sir.
Even control number unna kuda mem check chesi meeku duplicate hall tickets istam. In case if anybody difficult to get the hall ticket or some technical problems, or some people may not get hall tickets, so for those persons please visit to regional center before one week of the examination. We will issue the duplicate hall ticket, no problem at all. Only thing you have to show the proof of paid the examination fee. That is the only thing we need. And practical component also you have to pay. Total 1400 you have to pay examination fee.
Yes sir 1400 pay chesam sir.
Okay, no problem.
7 papers sir.
తర్వాత మీరు ఏం చేయాలంటే ఇప్పుడు ఫర్ ప్రిపరేషన్ ఆఫ్ యువర్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్స్ మన IGNOU వెబ్సైట్ లో లాస్ట్ 10 year క్వశ్చన్ పేపర్స్ అవైలబుల్ ఉన్నాయి. సో ఒక 2-3 years పేపర్స్ అంటే ఒక 5 sets of papers, just you go through old papers, how they are asking in examination. మెయిన్ ఏంటంటే మన IGNOU అదర్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్ యూనివర్సిటీస్ లో చూసినట్లయితే ఇఫ్ యూ సీ ఇన్ అవర్ IGNOU యూనివర్సిటీ మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ది క్వశ్చన్స్ 50 to 60% questions will be asking application oriented. How gestalt theory will be applicable to present day society. How Bandura learning theory will applicable to our present day situation. Like that they will ask you the question. So direct ga meer Bandura theory akkada raayaleru. So you have to apply with the society and you have to write your own. So these are the questions most of the times they are asking, because I am also one of the evaluators. Even Sangeeta madam also one of the evaluators. So we keep on see the answers while evaluating. Directly they are writing theories. No, application point of if they ask, definitely you can write theory, and last 1 or 2 paragraph definitely have to mention the how these theory will applicable to the society. Even learning theories, Paulo or operant conditioning, whatever it may be. So these theories, how we will as a psychologist, how can we apply to the society? That is the main importance. So psychology యొక్క ఉద్దేశం అది, అప్లికేషన్ ఆఫ్ సొసైటీ. మన ఇప్పుడు ఇందాక మేడం ఆల్రెడీ సోషల్ సైకాలజీ మీకు ఎక్స్ప్లెయిన్ చేస్తున్నాం. సో హౌ వీ బిహేవ్ ఇన్ గ్రూప్స్, హౌ వీ బిహేవ్ ఇన్ ఇండివిజువల్గా ఉన్నప్పుడు హౌ వీ బిహేవ్, వైల్ వీఆర్ ఇన్ గ్రూప్స్ how we behave. So these are all application oriented. Psychology, you can apply psychology to any kind of activity of the human behavior. ఎక్కడైనా మనం సైకాలజీని అప్లై చేయొచ్చు. కాకపోతే ఓన్లీ వన్ థింగ్, లాస్ట్ వీక్ ఆల్సో మన విమలా మేడం చెప్పారు. ఏం చెప్పారంటే మనము సైకాలజీ చదువుతున్నాం అంటే మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ ది పీపుల్ ఆర్ ఆస్కింగ్ అస్ ప్లీజ్ టెల్ అబౌట్ అవర్ సెల్ఫ్స్. మీరు ఏమనుకుంటున్నారు, మమ్మల్ని చూసి మా ఫేస్ చూసి చెప్పండి అంటాడు. సో సైకాలజిస్ట్ కెనాట్ సే జస్ట్ సీయింగ్ దేర్ ఫేసెస్ ఆర్ ఫిజికల్ అపియరెన్సెస్. సో వీ హ్యావ్ టు జడ్జ్ ఓన్లీ ద సమ్ సైకలాజికల్ అసెస్మెంట్. బేస్డ్ ఆన్ దట్ ఓన్లీ వీ కెన్ జడ్జ్ ది పర్సనాలిటీ ఆఫ్ ది క్యాండిడేట్స్. మనం డైరెక్ట్గా మనుషులను చూసేసి పర్సనాలిటీ ఇలా ఉంది, లేకపోతే ఇలాంటి వ్యక్తులు అలా జనరల్గా మనం వాళ్ళతో ఇంటరాక్షన్ ఉంటే చెప్పేది వేరు, బట్ సైకలాజికల్ ఆస్పెక్ట్ ఆఫ్ పాయింట్ వ్యూలో చెప్పేది డిఫరెంట్గా ఉంటుంది. ఎనీహౌ మిగతా యూనివర్సిటీస్తో కంపేర్ చేసుకుంటే IGNOU MA సైకాలజీ ప్రోగ్రామ్ ఈజ్ వెరీ స్టాండర్డ్. ఇఫ్ యూ థరోలీ గాన్ త్రూ అవర్ మెటీరియల్, మీకు చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్ మెటీరియల్ ఉంటుంది.
సార్ IGNOUలో పాస్ అవ్వడం కూడా కష్టం అని చెప్తున్నారు సార్.
ఇస్ ట్రూ ఆల్సో. IGNOUలో ఎంట్రీ ఈజీగానే ఉంటుంది కానీ ఎగ్జిట్ ఈజ్ వెరీ డిఫికల్ట్. అన్లెస్ if you try hard work or if you do hard work, definitely your entry easy and exit also easy. Those are not doing hard work or ఏం చేయకుండా ఐ వాంట్ ఎగ్జిట్ మీన్స్ వెరీ డిఫికల్ట్. Through hard work, definitely your exit also very easy. జస్ట్ నేను ఒక్క ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తాను. రీసెంట్గా ఒక అమ్మాయి ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ మనకి ఆల్రెడీ ప్రమోట్ చేశారు లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ కరోనా అని చెప్పేసి, ప్రాక్టికల్ అయిపోయింది. సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో మ్యారేజ్ అయింది కరెక్ట్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్ ఇంకో 2 months ముందు. అమెరికా వెళ్తుంది ఇప్పుడు డిసెంబర్లో. నేను ఎంఏ సైకాలజీ పూర్తి చేయాలి సార్, మా హస్బెండ్ అక్కడ చాలా డిమాండ్ ఉంది సైకాలజీకి అంటున్నారు, మరి మ్యారేజ్ అయింది, నేను చాలా కష్టం కోపం చెప్పాను. నీకు డిగ్రీ కావాలా అమెరికా వెళ్ళాలా 2 అడిగాను. అడిగితే 2 కావాలి సార్, అమెరికా వెళ్ళాలి డిగ్రీ కావాలి. అయితే కొన్ని రోజులు మ్యారేజ్ లైఫ్ దూరంగా ఉండి నువ్వు కష్టపడితే నీకు టైం 2 months ఎలాగుంది, డెఫినెట్గా నువ్వు కంప్లీట్ చేయగలవు అంటే అమ్మాయి అలాగే సాక్రిఫైస్ చేసింది. 45 days ఇంటర్న్షిప్ హాస్పిటల్కి పంపించాను. సో కేస్ స్టడీస్ ఇన్ 45 days అక్కడికి వెళ్తే ఎక్స్పోజర్ థియరీ నాలెడ్జ్తో పాటు ప్రాక్టికల్ ఎక్స్పోజర్ కూడా వచ్చింది. అక్కడ ఇంకా కొంతమంది సైకాలజిస్టులు సైకాట్రిస్టులు ఆమెకి ఆ థియరాటికల్ పాయింట్ ఆఫ్ వ్యూలో కూడా బ్రీఫ్ ఇంట్రడక్షన్ అట్లా చెప్తాం. సో ఎనీహౌ 3 papers కంప్లీట్ చేసింది. ఇంకా ఇంటర్న్షిప్ ప్రాజెక్టు ప్రాక్టికల్ అవి మన దగ్గరే ఉంటాయి, బాగానే చేసుకుని వచ్చింది. నౌ షీ హాస్ క్లియర్డ్ ఆల్ ది పేపర్స్, బట్ హై లెవెల్ ఆఫ్ మార్క్స్ రాలేదు కానీ బట్ షీ హాస్ క్లియర్డ్. అండ్ ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ అలాగే ఎగ్జామ్టెడ్ వచ్చింది. నౌ షీ ఈస్ గోయింగ్ టు యుఎస్ అండ్ షీ ఈస్ ప్లానింగ్ టు డూ ఎంఎస్ ఇన్ యుఎస్. ఎంఎస్ మళ్ళా చేయాలి, క్రెడిట్స్ కొంచెం తగ్గినాయి అంట, ఆ క్రెడిట్స్ చేస్తే అక్కడ లైసెన్స్ ఇస్తారంట. సో ఇలా హార్డ్ వర్క్ చేసి ప్రాక్టీస్ చేస్తే డెఫినెట్గా బయటకు వెళ్ళటం అనేది కష్టమేం కాదు. రెండోది ఏంటంటే మన ఇగ్నోలో చేరే మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ దెమ్ ఆర్ దే వాంట్ టు లెర్న్ ది సబ్జెక్ట్. ఆషామాషిగా ఊరికి ఏదో చేరదామని మెజారిటీ పీపుల్ చేరరు మన దగ్గర. సో మెజారిటీ పీపుల్ చేరే వాళ్ళంతా కూడా దే వాంట్ టు లెర్న్, నేర్చుకోవాలనే వాళ్ళే మన దగ్గర చేరుతారు. ఈజీగా డిగ్రీ కావాలన్న మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్ దెమ్ నాట్ జాయినింగ్ ఇన్ ఇగ్నో. అది కూడా
ఎస్పెషల్లీ ఇంటర్న్షిప్ కి ఆ 240 hour మ్యాండేటరీ ఇది ఉంది కదా, అది మంచి ఫీచర్ ఇంటర్న్షిప్ కి.
240 hours మీరు సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో ఇంటర్న్షిప్ ఏదో ఒక మీరు తీసుకునే స్పెషలైజేషన్ బట్టి యూ హ్యావ్ టు డూ 10 case studies అండ్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు అటెండ్ సమ్ హాస్పిటల్స్ ఆర్ ఎన్జిఓస్ ఆర్ వాట్ ఎవర్ మేము చెప్తాం అది. సో ఆ ఎక్స్పోజర్ మీకు బాగా యూజ్ అవుతుంది. అందుకని మేము ఈవెన్ కౌన్సిలింగ్ సైకాలజీ ఆర్ క్లినికల్ సైకాలజీ జనరల్గా మేనేం చేస్తున్నా అంటే అందరినీ కూడా సైకాట్రిస్టుల దగ్గర పంపిస్తూ ఉన్నాం. సో అక్కడ వెళ్తే ఏమంటే డిఫరెంట్ టైప్స్ ఆఫ్ కేస్ స్టడీస్ మీకు వస్తూ ఉంటాయి డాక్టర్స్ దగ్గరికి. సో యాజ్ వెల్ యాజ్ కౌన్సిలింగ్ అండ్ దే ఆర్ గివింగ్ ట్రీట్మెంట్ ఆల్సో, మెడికేషన్. సో మన పార్ట్ ఏంటంటే ఓన్లీ కౌన్సిలింగ్ పార్ట్, మెడికేషన్ పార్ట్ విల్ టేక్ కేర్ ఆఫ్ ది సైకాట్రిస్ట్. సో మనకి న్యూరోటిక్ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఓన్లీ వీ డూ హ్యాండిల్. సో సైకోటిక్ కేసెస్ మన చేతిలో ఉండదు, ఓన్లీ సైకాట్రిస్ట్ కెన్ టేక్ కేర్ ఆఫ్ దమ్. Sometimes for neurotic cases also along with counseling they need medication also. Suppose కొంతమందికి ఇప్పుడు యాంగ్జైటీ ఉంది, మనం ఇచ్చే కౌన్సిలింగ్తో యాంగ్జైటీ తగ్గదు ఒకసారి, ఎందుకంటే హార్మోనల్ ఇంబ్యాలెన్స్ కావచ్చు, సైకో న్యూరో ట్రాన్స్మిటర్స్లో ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ రావచ్చు. ఫర్ దట్ సైకాట్రిస్ట్ కెన్ రిఫర్ సమ్ మెడికేషన్. సో బేస్డ్ ఆన్ దట్ ఆటోమేటిక్లీ సబటైజ్ అండ్ నార్మలైజ్ ది కెమికల్ బ్యాలెన్సెస్ అండ్ దేర్ బిహేవియర్ విల్ బి నార్మల్. అదర్వైజ్ ఓన్లీ కౌన్సిలింగ్ ద్వారా యాంగ్జైటీ కొన్ని సందర్భాల్లో తగ్గకపోవచ్చు. సో స్ట్రెస్, యాంగ్జైటీ, డిప్రెషన్ కూడా అంతే. డిప్రెషన్ కూడా మన చేతుల్లో ఉండదు. మన కౌన్సిలింగ్ ఒక 60% మాత్రమే అది వర్కౌట్ ఉంది, రిమైన్ 40% దే హ్యావ్ టు టేక్ మెడికేషన్, అండర్గాన్ ది మెడికేషన్ వెళ్ళాల్సిందే. సో అందువల్ల ఏంటంటే అన్ని ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ సైకాలజిస్టులు సాల్వ్ చేయలేరు. సో ప్రైమరీ మనం ఫస్ట్ ఎయిడ్ అని చెప్తాం. సింపుల్గా చెప్పాలంటే సైకాలజిస్ట్ విల్ డూ సైకలాజికల్ ఫస్ట్ ఎయిడ్ అండ్ క్లినికల్ సైకాలజీ ఎంఫిల్ ఆర్ పిహెచ్డి చేసిన వాళ్ళైతే దే డూ అసెస్మెంట్ ఆల్సో. సైకలాజికల్ అసెస్మెంట్, క్లినికల్ అసెస్మెంట్ చేస్తారు. అఫీషియల్లీ దే కెన్ సర్టిఫై దెమ్ దీస్ పీపుల్ ఆర్ హ్యావింగ్ ది న్యూరోటిక్ ప్రాబ్లమ్, దీస్ పీపుల్ ఆర్ హ్యావింగ్ సైకోటిక్ ప్రాబ్లమ్ అండ్ సబ్ కేటగిరీస్ దే కెన్ decide and they can certify also. Officially, legally, they are eligible to certify. Even rehabilitation psychologists also eligible to certify. Practical examination will be held at Regional Center Vijayawada. We inform you. I think generally we conduct practical examinations after the theory examinations. After the theory examination means February lo memo plan chestamu. So we will inform you 1 week or 10 days before. what date we are going to conduct the practical examination. For that, you have to appear for the practical examination in physical mode only, no offline mode. So everybody have to come to Vijayawada only. ఒకసారన్నా రీజనల్ ఆఫీసెస్ చూడాల్సి ఉంటుంది. సో
సార్ బిఫోర్ ఎగ్జామ్స్ అసైన్మెంట్ సబ్మిషన్ ఉండాలా సార్?
కంపల్సరీ మేడం. ఎగ్జామినేషన్ ఫామ్ ఫిల్ చేసేటప్పుడే ఆర్ యూ సబ్మిటెడ్ అసైన్మెంట్స్ అని ఒక కాలం వస్తుంది. ఎస్ అంటేనే మీ అప్లికేషన్ ముందుకు వెళ్తుంది.
ఓకే ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
అయితే కొంతమంది సబ్మిట్ చేయకుండా కూడా, ఇన్ కేస్ కొంతమంది సబ్మిట్ చేయకుండా కూడా ఎస్ అని పెట్టి ఎగ్జామ్స్ రాస్తారు. బట్ అసైన్మెంట్ కాలం దగ్గర మార్క్స్ చూపించదు కాబట్టి ఆ అసైన్మెంట్ మార్క్స్ వచ్చేంత వరకు గ్రేడ్ కార్డులో నాట్ కంప్లీటెడ్ అని చూపిస్తాం.
సో జూలై బ్యాచ్ కి రేపు జాన్ లో ఎగ్జామ్స్ ఉంటాయి సార్?
లేదు, జూలై బ్యాచ్ వాళ్ళకి జూన్ లో అండి. ఇప్పుడు జూలై బ్యాచ్ వాళ్ళకి అసలు ఇప్పుడు ఎగ్జామ్స్ ఏం లేదు. జస్ట్ అడ్మిషన్స్ కూడా ఇంకా క్లోజ్ అవ్వలేదు. అగైన్ యూనివర్సిటీ ఈజ్ ఎక్స్టెండింగ్.
సో మీరు చెప్పిన డేట్స్ జాన్ బ్యాచ్ కదా సార్?
2020 జాన్ బ్యాచ్ వాళ్ళకి ఇప్పుడు నేను చెప్పాను.
ఓకే ఓకే ఓకే, థాంక్యూ.
బై మిస్టేక్ సార్, ఇందాక మీరు స్పెల్ అవుట్ చేసేటప్పుడు జూలై సెషన్
అన్నారు, అందుకనే డౌట్ వచ్చింది సార్.
ఓకే ఓకే, నేను ఏదో
ఓకే, థాంక్యూ సార్.
జాన్ 2020 వాళ్ళకే ప్రాక్టికల్ ఎగ్జామినేషన్ జాన్ లో ఉంటుంది. థియరీ కూడా వాళ్ళకి. జూలై సెషన్ వాళ్ళకి నెక్స్ట్ 2022 జూన్ లో ఉంటుంది. అసైన్మెంట్ సబ్మిషన్ డేట్ కూడా మార్చ్ లో వాళ్ళకి.
ఓకే ఓకే, థాంక్యూ సార్.
ఎగ్జామ్ ఫామ్ అది కూడా అప్పుడు మార్చి ఏప్రిల్లో ఓపెన్ అవుతుంది. సో మళ్ళీ మేము యాక్చువల్గా ఇప్పుడు జూలై సెషన్ వాళ్ళకి ప్రాక్టికల్ క్లాసెస్ ఫేస్ టు ఫేస్ మోడ్ పెట్టమని వచ్చింది మాకు ఇప్పుడు. సో 5 రోజులు విజయవాడ రావాల్సి ఉంటుంది జూలై సెషన్ వాళ్ళు మాత్రం. ఇన్ కేస్ మరలా ఏదన్నా కరోనా ప్రాబ్లం వచ్చి సిచ్యువేషన్ ఉంటే మళ్ళీ యూనివర్సిటీ ఒకవేళ ఆన్లైన్లో తీసుకోమంటే సేమ్ వే మీకు కూడా ఆన్లైన్లో చేస్తాం. సో బేస్డ్ ఆన్ అవర్ యూనివర్సిటీ డైరెక్షన్స్ వీ విల్ యాక్ట్. ప్రస్తుతానికి అయితే జూలై సెషన్ వాళ్ళకి ఇప్పుడు థియరీ మాత్రమే. ప్రాక్టికల్ కాంపోనెంట్ గురించి నెక్స్ట్ ఇష్యూలో మళ్ళీ చెప్తాం. సో రేపు ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రాక్టికల్ కాంపోనెంట్ లో మీరు ఊరికే వినాలంటే జాయిన్ అయ్యి వినండి, కానీ మీరేం రికార్డ్ రాయాల్సిన పని లేదు జూలై 2021.
షూర్ సార్.
సార్ జనవరి మేము ఆల్రెడీ అసైన్మెంట్స్ సబ్మిట్ చేస్తున్నాము.
20 మందే చేశారు. ఇప్పుడు మళ్ళీ నిన్న ఒక ఇద్దరు చేశారు. 22 క్యాండిడేట్స్ చేశారు అవుట్ ఆఫ్ 39.
మేము లాస్ట్ మంత్ ఎండింగ్ కల్లా చేసేసాం సార్. అపర్ణ మ్యామ్ కి సబ్మిట్ చేసాము.
అదే ఇంకా మాకు రీజనల్ సెంటర్ కి మేము ఈ మంత్ ఎండ్ వరకు టైం ఇచ్చాము. మంత్ ఎండ్ వరకు సబ్మిట్ చేసిన వాళ్ళని రీజనల్ సెంటర్ కి ఎవాల్యుయేషన్కి వస్తాయి. మేము అక్కడి నుంచి మళ్ళీ అసైన్మెంట్స్ ఎవాల్యుయేషన్ కి కొన్ని మేము చేస్తాము, కొన్ని బయట పంపుతాం. సో కంక్లూడ్ చేద్దామా?
Sir, excuse me, sir. I also registered in July batch, sir. Actually, I am staying in other state, sir. It is little far. I am staying in Manipur, sir. So still, I want to continue with the Vijayawada region only.
No problem.
If you can,
if you want continue Vijayawada, you can continue. Only thing is, if practicals conduct in offline mode, for that you have to attend Vijayawada. That is only the hindrance to you. Otherwise, you can write your examination at Manipur itself. Examination center is there in Manipur. While opting the examination form, you can choose the Manipur exam center. You can write the examination. For practical examination, you have to appear at Vijayawada physically only.
Can
or otherwise, if you want to change regional center from Vijayawada to Manipuri, if Manipuri regional center is having MA psychology, you can transfer. You can request us. We will transfer your records to Manipuri also. That is your choice.
Yes, sir. If sir, if it is in Vijayawada, can tell the tentative timing, sir. Any month or some practical component.
No, so far we have not received the clear-cut guidelines for practical component for July session.
Okay.
So once we receive the proper guidelines, then you can decide now. ఇప్పుడు ఏం అవసరం లేదు. మీన్వైల్ మేము అప్పుడు ఏం చేయాలనేది వి వర్కౌట్. ఫిజికల్లీ అటెండ్ అవ్వాల్సిందే 5 days అంటే మీకు పాసిబుల్ ఉంటే ఇక్కడికి రండి. లేదు అవ్వదని అనుకుంటే మణిపూర్ రీజనల్ సెంటర్లో అక్కడ సైకాలజీ ఉంటే you can ask for transfer and you can attend there and you can clear off your program. No problem.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir. I have a question, sir. Sir, I'm also staying in other states, sir. I'm from Punjab now. Sir, but my nearby center, they have no MA psychology. So if suppose I wanted to ask for a center nearby me, how come, sir? Is it acceptable?
ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ ఈజ్ నియర్ టు యువర్ ప్లేస్. ఏ రీజనల్ సెంటర్లో ఏ కాలేజ్లో సైకాలజీ ఆఫర్ చేస్తున్నారో ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేయండి.
ఓకే సార్.
ఫైండ్ అవుట్ చేసి అప్పుడు మీరు రిక్వెస్ట్ మనకు పెడితే విజయవాడకి మేము, లేదంటే మీరే ఆన్లైన్లో ట్రాన్స్ఫర్ రిక్వెస్ట్ కూడా పెట్టుకోవచ్చు. పెడితే మేము ఓకే చేస్తాం, ఆ రీజనల్ సెంటర్కి వెళ్ళిపోతుంది. సో మీరుండే ప్లేస్కి ఈ దగ్గరలో ఎక్కడ ఎంఏ సైకాలజీ ఉంది, మన ఇగ్నో వెబ్సైట్ ఉంది కదా, అడ్మిషన్ పోర్టల్లోనే మీకు ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్, ప్రోగ్రామ్ ఇన్ఫర్మేషన్ అని ఉంటుంది. అది క్లిక్ చేసి MAPC క్లిక్ చేయండి. MAPC ఆఫర్ చేస్తున్నటువంటి రీజనల్ సెంటర్స్ అండ్ కాలేజెస్ నేమ్ డిస్ప్లే అవుతుంది. సో దాంట్లో మీకు దగ్గరగా ఏది ఉందో చూసుకొని మీరు అది సెలెక్ట్ చేసుకోండి.
ఓకే సార్. ఫర్ ఎగ్జామ్స్ వి కెన్
ఎగ్జామ్స్ ఆల్ ఓవర్ ఇండియా మీరు ఎక్కడైనా రాసుకోవచ్చు. కాకపోతే అన్ని ఎగ్జామ్స్ ఒకే చోట రాయాలి. 2 బాంబేలో, 2 చెన్నైలో, 2 విజయవాడలో రాయడానికి కుదరదు.
ఓకే ఓకే సార్. ఓకే సార్. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
Sir, I have a doubt. I'm a July batch student. In second year, you told that we have to do internship at least 200 hours or something. You told, but most of the students are working. And
మీరు ఈవినింగ్ ఇప్పుడు మన దగ్గర ఇగ్నోలో చదివే వాళ్ళందరూ వర్కింగ్.
yes sir, that's what I'm asking. How it's possible?
అందుకనే ఇంటర్న్షిప్ ఏం చేస్తామంటే 240 అవర్స్ ఈవినింగ్ 6 to 9 వెళ్ళి కూర్చుంటారు హాస్పిటల్స్ లో.
Sir, is it in, I mean, Vijayawada compulsory Vijayawada?
We give you permission all over India. మీరు ఎక్కడ చేసుకుంటామంటే అక్కడ నేను పర్మిషన్ ఇస్తాను. బట్ ఓన్లీ థింగ్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు అండర్గో ట్రైనింగ్ విత్ సైకియాట్రిస్ట్.
ఓకే. విజయవాడలో కావాలన్నా విజయవాడలో చేయొచ్చా సార్?
మీరు విజయవాడలో చేస్తే వెల్ అండ్ గుడ్. లేదు మీరు హైదరాబాద్లో ఉన్నా, నేను ఇక్కడ సైకియాట్రిస్ట్ దగ్గర వెళ్తున్నాను, లేదా హైదరాబాద్ మెంటల్ హాస్పిటల్లో మనకి ఎర్రగడ్డలో కూడా మన స్టూడెంట్స్ బోల్డ్ మంది వెళ్తారు. అక్కడ గవర్నమెంట్ ఏదో 6,000 7,000 ఫీ కట్టించుంటుంది. మేము లెటర్ ఇస్తాము, మీరు వెళ్తే అక్కడ వాళ్ళు కూడా 45 days అలౌ చేస్తారు, మీరు అక్కడ కూడా చేసుకోవచ్చు. ఆర్ అదర్వైజ్ ప్రైవేట్ డాక్టర్స్ దగ్గర ఈవినింగ్ వెళ్ళి నేను చేసుకుంటానండి, డే టైం నాకు అక్కడ హాస్పిటల్లో కుదరదు అనుకుంటే యూ కెన్ గో టు ది ఎనీ సైకియాట్రిస్ట్. అక్కడ మీరు కేసెస్ 10 cases 240 hours చేసినట్టుగా సైకియాట్రిస్ట్ దగ్గర సర్టిఫికేట్ తీసుకోవాలా. ప్లస్ 30 marks వాళ్ళు మార్క్స్ కూడా ఇస్తారు మీ పెర్ఫార్మెన్స్ మీద. సో ఆ మార్క్స్ కూడా వాళ్ళ దగ్గర అఫీషియల్గా మేము ఫార్మాట్ ఇస్తాము, ఆ ఫార్మాట్లో సైన్ తీసుకొని రావాల్సి ఉంటుంది. సో మీరు 30 days చేసేటప్పుడు 45 days చేసే ట్రైనింగ్కి, ఇంటర్న్షిప్కి మరలా ఒక అకాడమిక్ కౌన్సిలర్ని కూడా మేము అటాచ్ చేస్తాం. మీరు రెగ్యులర్గా వెళ్ళి అక్కడ చేస్తున్నారా లేదా అని మానిటరింగ్ చేసి వాళ్ళు కూడా ఒక 30 marksకి మార్క్స్ ఇవ్వడం జరుగుతుంది. సో టోటల్గా ఇంటర్న్షిప్కి ఇంటర్నల్ అసెస్మెంట్ 60 marks, అకాడమిక్ కౌన్సిలర్ ఒకరు 30 marks మిమ్మల్ని అసెస్ చేస్తారు. అలాగే మీరు ఎక్కడైతే చేస్తారో అక్కడ ఆ డాక్టర్ మీకు 30 marksకి అసెస్మెంట్ ఇస్తారు. 40 marks ఎక్స్టర్నల్ ఎవాల్యుయేషన్ ఉంటుంది. 5 hours, 40 marks ఎక్స్టర్నల్ కమ్ 5 hours, టోటల్ 100 marks.
ఓకే, థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
ఈ బ్యాచ్లో చేరిన వాళ్ళకి ఒక అదృష్టం ఏంటంటే నెక్స్ట్ సెకండ్ ఇయర్ రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ చేసుకునేటప్పుడు రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ బదులు పాజిటివ్ సైకాలజీ తీసుకునేదానికి ఇయర్ ఇంట్రడ్యూస్ చేశారు.
వాట్ ఈస్ దట్ సార్?
ప్రాజెక్ట్ ఒకటి ఉంటుంది మనకి,
అదే ఓకే సార్, పాజిటివ్ సైకాలజీ.
ప్రాజెక్ట్ ప్లేస్ లో మీరు థియరీ పేపర్ కూడా చూస్ చేసుకోవచ్చు, పాజిటివ్ సైకాలజీ.
ఓకే, బట్ టు గెట్ ద ఎక్స్పోజర్ ఇంటర్న్షిప్ బెటర్ కదా సార్?
ఇంటర్న్షిప్ ఉంటుంది, ఇంటర్న్షిప్ ప్రాక్టికల్ ఈజ్ కంపల్సరీ. ఇన్స్టెడ్ ఆఫ్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ యూ కెన్ చూస్ థియరీ పేపర్ పాజిటివ్ సైకాలజీ.
ఫైన్ ఫైన్ సార్.
ఎందుకంటే చాలా మంది ప్రాజెక్ట్ చేయడానికి డేటా కలెక్ట్ చేయటము, గైడ్ దొరకటము, ఇదంతా మనకంటే ఈవెన్ మనకి విజయవాడలో కూడా ప్రజెంట్ గైడ్ షార్టేజ్ ఉన్నారు. చాలా అంటే ఒక గైడ్ దగ్గర 10 మందినే ఇస్తాం. సో ఇప్పుడు మనకు ఆల్మోస్ట్ ఇప్పుడు ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ నుంచి సెకండ్ ఇయర్కి వచ్చే వాళ్ళు 40 మంది ఉన్నారు. ఫీజు కట్టిన వాళ్ళు ఇప్పటి వరకు 17 మంది ఉన్నారు. ఆ 17 మందికి ఇప్పుడు ఆల్రెడీ మన కౌన్సిలర్స్ని కొంతమందిని అటాచ్ చేస్తాం గైడ్. కొంతమంది ఏంటంటే ఆ డేటా కలెక్ట్ చేసేదానికి, వాళ్ళు ఆ ప్రాజెక్ట్ చేసేదానికి టైం చాలకపోతే థియరీ రాసేసుకుంటారు, అయిపోతుంది. ఇంటర్న్షిప్ ప్రాక్టికల్ కంపల్సరీ కాంపోనెంట్స్, అందులో చేంజ్ ఏం లేదు.
ఓకే సార్.
But when that option goes live, I think majority of the people will opt for subject. They will not come for project.
నేను కూడా అదే సజెస్ట్ చేస్తాను. ఎందుకంటే ప్రెజెంట్ డే సిచ్యువేషన్లో ఇప్పుడు డేటా కలెక్ట్ చేయటము, రెండోది ఎంఏ లెవెల్లో డిస్టెన్స్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ప్రాజెక్ట్ చేయటం, ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉండే వాళ్ళు, ఖాళీగా ఉండే వాళ్ళకి ఈజీ అది. కానీ వర్కింగ్ ఎంప్లాయీస్కి, టైట్ పొజిషన్ ఉండే వాళ్ళకి కొంచెం కష్టం. లేదా కింద మనకి వర్క్ చేసి పెట్టే వాళ్ళు ఉంటే ఈజీనే. మళ్ళీ కొంతమంది బాస్లు ఉంటారు, వాళ్ళ కింద వాళ్ళు చేపిస్తూ ఉంటారు. సో అట్లా కూడా మేము చూసిన కేసులు ఉన్నాయి. సో అది బేస్డ్ ఆన్ ది ఇంట్రెస్ట్. ఈవెన్ దో మనం ఇంట్రెస్ట్ ఉండి చేయాలనుకుంటే, ఈవెన్ ఐపీఎస్ ఆఫీసర్స్ మా దగ్గర 2-3 వాళ్ళు అంత టైట్ షెడ్యూల్ ఉన్న ప్రాజెక్ట్ చేసిన వాళ్ళు ఉన్నారు, వాళ్ళ రైల్వే ఎంప్లాయీస్ మీద. సో అది బేస్డ్ ఆన్ ది క్యాండిడేట్స్ ఇంట్రెస్ట్. అది మనం టైట్గా ఉంది వర్క్ అని చెప్పి ప్రాజెక్ట్ చేయని వాళ్ళు ఏం లేరు. అప్పుడు కంపల్సరీ కాంపోనెంట్ కూడా చేశారు వాళ్ళు కూడా. ఇప్పుడు మనకు ఆప్షన్ ఉంది, మనకి ఎందుకులే అంత టైం వేస్ట్ చేయటం దానికి అనుకుంటే జస్ట్ యూ కెన్ ఆప్ట్ ఫర్ థియరీ పేపర్ అండ్ యూ కెన్ రైట్ థియరీ ఎగ్జామ్. అయితే 3 స్పెషలైజేషన్స్కి కామన్ పేపర్ ఇది. క్లినికల్, కౌన్సిలింగ్, ఇండస్ట్రియల్ సైకాలజీ వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా ప్రాజెక్ట్ వద్దనుకుంటే అందరికీ ఒకే పేపర్ కామన్, పాజిటివ్ సైకాలజీ.
సార్ మన దగ్గర ఓన్లీ క్లినికల్ కదా సార్ ఉంది?
క్లినికల్ అండ్ కౌన్సిలింగ్ మనం ఆఫర్ చేస్తున్నాం విజయవాడ.
కౌన్సిలింగ్ కూడా ఉందా సార్ మన దగ్గర?
కౌన్సిలింగ్ అండ్ క్లినికల్.
సార్ ఇప్పుడు నేను ప్రాజెక్ట్ చేయాలనుకుంటే ఫస్ట్ ఇయర్ నుంచే మొదలెట్టచ్చా సార్?
లేదండి, సెకండ్ ఇయర్లో మీరు రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ అయిన తర్వాత చేయాలి.
సార్ ఓకే.
దానికి ఒక సినాప్సిస్ సబ్మిట్ చేయాలా, ప్రాజెక్ట్ ప్రపోజల్ సబ్మిట్ చేయాలా, దానికి అప్రూవల్ రావాలా. మీకు అప్రూవల్ వచ్చాక యూ కెన్ స్టార్ట్ యువర్ వర్క్.
పేపర్ 5 అండ్ పేపర్ 6 క్లియర్ చేయాలి కదా?
పేపర్ 5 and 6 కూడా క్లియర్ చేయాలా ప్రాజెక్ట్ తీసుకుంటే. అదొకటి కూడా ఉంది.
స్టాటిస్టికల్ మెథడ్స్, రీసెర్చ్
మెథడాలజీ అండ్ స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ ఇన్ సైకాలజీ, both the papers you have to clear, then only you are eligible to submit the synopsis. అది కానంత వరకు మీరు సినాప్సిస్ సబ్మిట్ చేయడానికి ఎలిజిబిలిటీ ఉండదు.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
సార్ ఆల్ సబ్జెక్ట్స్ ఎట్ ఏ టైం పాస్ కావాలని అట్లాంటి రూల్స్ ఏం లేవు కదా?
ఏం లేవు.
5 సంవత్సరాల వ్యాలిడిటీ ఒక అడ్మిషన్.
5 years ఎప్పుడైనా చేసుకోవచ్చు, ఎప్పుడు చేసినా క్లాస్ ఇస్తారు మన దగ్గర. బట్ ఓన్లీ థింగ్ ఈజ్ 40% మనకి పాస్ మార్క్స్, 35 కాదు 40%.
యాజ్ ఆఫ్ నౌ అయితే మనం ఆర్సీఏ కింద రిజిస్టర్ అవ్వలేం కదా సార్ ఇక్కడ కంప్లీట్ చేస్తే?
ఏ యూనివర్సిటీలో చేసినా అవ్వలేరు, ఇక్కడనే కాదు. ఏ యూనివర్సిటీలో డిస్టెన్స్లో చేసినా అవ్వలేరు. ఓన్లీ రెగ్యులర్ మోడ్ అనే ఇచ్చారు వాళ్ళు. బట్ ఆర్సీఐ కోర్సులు చదవడానికి డిస్టెన్స్ మోడ్ వాళ్ళు కూడా ఎలిజిబుల్. మీరు ఇప్పుడు ఎంఏ అయిన తర్వాత ఎంఫిల్ క్లినికల్ సైకాలజీ రెగ్యులర్ మోడ్లో ఆర్సీఐ రికగ్నైజ్డ్ కోర్స్ చదవాలంటే ఇగ్నో సర్టిఫికేట్ ఈజ్ వ్యాలిడ్. మన ఇగ్నోలో ఎంఫిల్ చేసి ఉద్యోగాలు చేసే వాళ్ళు కూడా ఉన్నారు. ఆ ప్రాబ్లం లేదు. ఓన్లీ ఎంఏతో రిజిస్ట్రేషన్ కావాలంటే ప్రాబ్లం. కానీ ఇఫ్ ఆర్ ఇంట్రెస్టెడ్ టు డూ పీజీ డిప్లొమా రిహాబ్ సైకాలజీ ఆర్ క్లినికల్ సైకాలజీ ఆర్ ఎంఫిల్ క్లినికల్ సైకాలజీ చేయాలంటే చేయొచ్చు. ఇప్పుడు కూడా మన దగ్గర లాస్ట్ ఇయర్ ఎంఏ సైకాలజీ అయిన అమ్మాయి నిన్న రాయ్పూర్ ఎయిమ్స్లో ఎంఫిల్ క్లినికల్ సైకాలజీ జాయిన్ అయింది. సో ఇగ్నో నుంచి చదివిన వాళ్ళు ఇప్పుడు హైదరాబాద్లో ట్రైనింగ్ అవుతున్నారు, 2 ఉన్నారు నాకు తెలిసినారు. ట్రైనింగ్ అయిపోయి మెడికల్ కాలేజీలో అసిస్టెంట్ ప్రొఫెసర్గా, ఇగ్నోలో డిస్టెన్స్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్ చేసి, ఆర్సీఐలో ఎంఫిల్ చేసి, సిద్ధార్థ మెడికల్ కాలేజీలో అసిస్టెంట్ ప్రొఫెసర్గా పనిచేస్తున్న వాళ్ళు మన ఇగ్నో స్టూడెంట్స్ ఉన్నారు. సో నిమ్హాన్స్ బెంగళూరులో రీసెంట్గా ఒక అమ్మాయి చేరింది. మంగళగిరి ఎయిమ్స్లో ఇప్పుడు సైకాలజిస్ట్ మన ఇగ్నో స్టూడెంటే ఉంది. సో మన ఇగ్నో డిగ్రీకి ఆ ప్రాబ్లమే లేదు. ఇది వరల్డ్ వైడ్ వ్యాలిడ్ మన డిగ్రీ. ఓన్లీ థింగ్ మన దగ్గర సబ్జెక్ట్ ఉండాలి. అయితే ఏంటంటే కంపేరింగ్ టు మిగతా అదర్ యూనివర్సిటీస్, వెన్ వీ గో ఫర్ ది ఇంటర్వ్యూస్ ఆర్ పబ్లిక్ సెక్టర్ అండర్టేకింగ్స్, ఇగ్నో అంటే ఒక క్రెడిబిలిటీ ఉంది ఇప్పటికీ ఇంకా. రెండోది రీసెంట్గా ఇగ్నోకి NAC అక్రిడిటేషన్ కూడా A++ వచ్చింది. అంటే ఇండియాలో హైయెస్ట్ ర్యాంకింగ్ అన్నమాట. డిస్టెన్స్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్లో A++ హైయెస్ట్ ర్యాంకింగ్ రావడం అనేది ఇట్స్ నాట్ ఈజీ. బట్ మన సైడ్ కూడా ఈ ఇగ్నోలో కూడా స్టూడెంట్స్ ప్రాబ్లం ఫేస్ చేసేవాళ్ళు ఉంటారు. వాళ్ళకి కొన్నిసార్లు మార్క్ లిస్టులు రాకపోవడం, రిజల్ట్స్ ఆన్ టైంలో రాకపోవడం. అంటే మనకేంటంటే 100 మంది ఉంటే ఒక 3-4 దురదృష్టవంతులు ఉంటారండి. ఆ 3-4కి ఎప్పుడు ఏదో ఒక ఇబ్బంది వస్తూనే ఉంటుంది. అట్లీస్ట్ ఒకరికన్నా ఆ ప్రాబ్లం వస్తుంది. మా దగ్గర 2014లో ఎంఏ సైకాలజీ జాయిన్ అయింది ఒక ఆవిడ. 5 ఏళ్ళు గమ్మునుండింది. లాస్ట్ కరోనా టైంలో 5వ సంవత్సరం ఎండింగ్లో ప్రాజెక్టు సబ్మిట్ చేసింది. వైవా అయిపోయింది. ఇప్పటి వరకు ఆమె మార్క్ లిస్టు ప్రొవిజనల్ రాలేదు, రాస్తూనే ఉంటుంది. ప్రాబ్లం ఏంటంటే 5 ఏళ్ళు అయిపోయిన తర్వాత మనకి రీఅడ్మిషన్ అని ఒకటి ఉండేది ఎంతమంది, ఇప్పుడు యూజీసీ వాళ్ళు తీసేశారు. అంటే ఇంకొక 2 years ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ ఇచ్చేవారు, అంటే 7 years. 6th yearలో ఆమె సబ్మిట్ చేసింది. ఆ సబ్మిట్ చేసినటువంటి 6th yearలో సబ్మిట్ చేసినటువంటి డాక్యుమెంటరీ ఎవిడెన్స్ ఈ అమ్మాయి ఏదో ప్రాపర్గా యూనివర్సిటీకి సబ్మిట్ చేసేటప్పుడు ఆ రికార్డులో సబ్మిట్ చేయాలి. దాంతో అక్కడ ఎవాల్యుయేట్ చేసి మార్క్స్ వేసేవాళ్ళు ఆ సర్టిఫికేట్ అయితే పక్కన వేసేసారు. సో ఇప్పుడు దాన్ని తీసి మళ్ళీ వేసేదానికి మన చేతుల్లో ఇక్కడ లేదు, అదంతా ఢిల్లీలో జరుగుతుంది. మార్క్స్ మనం ఆన్లైన్లో ఇక్కడి నుంచి పంపిస్తాము, మళ్ళీ ఒరిజినల్ బుక్ వాళ్ళు వెరిఫై చేసి చేస్తారు. ఆ బుక్లో అది ఎట్లాగో మిస్ప్లేస్ అయింది, అమ్మాయి రీఅడ్మిషన్ తీసుకుంది, ఆ పేపర్ లేదని అక్కడ కన్సర్న్ క్లర్క్ వాళ్ళు పక్కన పడేశారు. సో ఇప్పుడు 2 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి నడుస్తూ ఉంది అమ్మాయికి ఆ సర్టిఫికేట్ రాదు. సో మేము ఎన్నో రకాలుగా మేము కూడా ట్రై చేస్తూ ఉన్నాము. చివరికి ఇప్పుడు మొన్న మరలా ఆ పేపర్స్ అన్ని పంపించాము, 1 or 2 monthsలో అయిపోద్దని చెప్పారు. సో ఇలా కొంతమంది అంటే మరి వాళ్ళ బ్యాడ్ లక్ అనుకోవాలి ఏమనుకోవాలి తెలియదు, కొన్ని ఇట్లా బ్యాడ్ ఎక్స్పీరియన్సెస్ కూడా జరుగుతూ ఉంటాయి. అంతా ఇగ్నోలు అన్నీ పర్ఫెక్ట్గా జరుగుతాయని కూడా మనం చెప్పలేం, కొంతమందికి అలా జరుగుతూ ఉంటాయి. లేదంటే అసైన్మెంట్ మార్క్స్ మీరు సబ్మిట్ చేస్తారు 6 పేపర్లకి, 6 పేపర్ల అసైన్మెంట్ మార్కులు 5 అప్డేట్ అవుతాయి, 1 అప్డేట్ అవ్వదు. సో ఇట్లా ఆ ఒకటి మనని ఇబ్బంది పెడుతూనే ఉంటుంది. సో మా లెవెల్లో ఉండి మేము మ్యాక్సిమం చేస్తుంటాం, కొన్ని ఢిల్లీ లెవెల్లో ఉంటాయి మా చేతిలో ఉండవు. ఇలాంటివి కొన్నిసార్లు ఇబ్బంది పడుతూ ఉంటారు. అయితే ఏంటంటే అవి రకరకాల కారణాల వల్ల జరుగుతూ ఉంటాయి. సో అందరూ అదృష్టవంతులు అని చెప్పడం, అందరూ దురదృష్టవంతులు అని చెప్పడం, కొన్నిసార్లు కొంతమందికి అలా జరుగుతుంటాయి అంతే. సో మనకు అలా జరగకూడదని మేమైతే ఎప్పుడు కోరుకుంటూ ఉంటాం. సో 1:20 అయిపోయింది, అందరూ లంచ్ కోసం వెయిట్ చేస్తున్నారు. నౌ వీ కెన్ క్లోజ్ ఇట్. సో నెక్స్ట్ వీక్ వీ విల్ మీట్ విత్ రీసెర్చ్ మెథడాలజీ పేపర్కి మీట్ అవుదాం. ఆ తర్వాత మరలా మనకి స్టాటిస్టిక్స్ ఉంటుంది, ఇంకొక మేడం వస్తారు. సో థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. థ్యాంక్ యూ మేడం సంగీత మేడం.
Thank you, Prasad garu.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sangeeta ma'am.
Thank you so much. See you next week.
Yeah, see you ma'am.
See you, ma'am.
See you.
గోపాల్ గారు క్లోజ్ చేసేయండి.